spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lau. Ubaga passengers serviced by the Super Metro Sako will be forced to seek for alternatives after the PSV Sako announced a temporary suspension of operations starting today. Super Metro Limited announced that its fleet would not be on the roads for the next 3 days following a directive by the Transport Licensing Appeals Board. The Sako sought redress from TLAB and NTSC suspended its operating license last month. The NTSC had cited the unroadworthiness of Super Metro vehicles and the unsuitability of the Sako's crew to serve passengers, something the Sako said it had addressed after its ban again last month. Now, Health Cabinet Secretary Aiden Duale has raised concerns of allegations of fraud by some health facilities in Shah. Appearing before the Senate on health, Duale vowed to crack down on fraudsters who are swindling Kenyans of their money through Shah. The Shah, which was launched to facilitate access to affordable health care, has faced major challenges since its inception. Many Kenyans have expressed concerns about its implementation, and now allegations of fraud are causing further doubt on the integrity of the scheme. While acknowledging the shortcomings in Shah, Duale has pointed the finger of blame at some health officials for allegedly sabotaging the scheme. According to Duale, investigations are already underway targeting doctors allegedly involved in the fraud.
A facility that said they have conducted 10 surgeries, and whether the system picks the doctor, the surgeon, when that surgeon was called, he was 500 kilometers away from that facility, and he has never been there. This is the kind of fraud that was going on in NHIF. The system is clearing. This I am telling you. And that facility, we will register it, and we will send it to the criminal justice system.
Regarding the grievances raised by the KMPDU, Duale has announced that the government will begin a program to recruit more health workers from July 1st this year.
They're not foreigners, they're Kenyans. We will have a sitting with them. Now it's at 70, they're saying the doctors are agitating 2006, and I have made it very clear, committed to them, the leadership, that I am now doing a consultation, and it will be very fast. And we have agreed to move forward to National Treasury. The Council of Governance and the MOH will go to we'll have a sitting with the National Treasury.
And Public Service Minister Designate or CS Designate Geoffrey Ruku had a difficult time explaining himself on a legal record and controversial positions, especially regarding the proposals of Parliament and Protests Bill in 2024. Ruku, who has been the Member of Parliament for Mbeere North for 2.5 years, is said to be a key advocate for various government initiatives while presenting radical proposals that have sparked debate and sometimes been rejected in Parliament.
Demonstration which we have seen where we have lost lives, where we have lost property, are not foreseen in our constitution. The criminalization of these frauds should not also make Kenyans, taxpayers' money be lost in a due process of prosecution.
On her part, Minister Designate for Gender, that is Hannah Wendot Cheptumo, also faced tough questions from the committee, particularly on her views on femicide and gender-based violence, and this is what she had to say.
If a woman is educated, chances are that they will avoid some of these challenges which are there in the society. So we need to encourage our girls
The girls who have been killed in Airbnbs are in universities. They're educated.
They're educated, but those ones are looking for money. You know, a girl has many needs.
Point of order. It is very wrong to say that those women who have been found, they have been butchered, their body dismembered, put in a sack, that they were doing that for money.
That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the week, and let's take a look at what is going on with traffic on these streets this morning. And actually, not much. You won't see too much coming off of Thika Superhighway as you normally would. But we're starting off the day, and let's see what it all looks like as we get into it properly. Where do you find traffic this morning? Actually, nowhere. I think we'll just be doing okay at least for the next, half an hour or so, and then things are bound to clog up. So the recarpeting or the re-whatevering of the road is taking place on Ombaso Road, and that's inbound. And so that's going to slow things down a little bit. Construction should be off the road in a short while, but that happened overnight, so watch out for that as you're going towards the city coming off of Mombasa Road. Apart from that, I think we should be okay. Swinging into Tuesday, let's talk and keep things moving. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very, very, very good morning to you. It's Tuesday and it's the 16th.
15th.
It's the 15th, but it can be the 16th in another world. But it's actually the 15th of April. And here we are into Kenya's biggest conversation for the second time this week. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu. How are you liking the red?
Thank you so much.
Really, really nice.
Asante
you
sana.
Actually make that red look really nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you see the side of the bed people have woken up this morning? Do it every day. Do it every day.
Every day.
Yeah. Salama lakini.
Salama nashukuru. Because I can see the crown is being adjusted and whatnot.
Yep.
Lazima upende. City, good morning.
Morning, Dennis.
How are you?
Fine, thank you, Alhaji. Uko mzima?
Nashukuru sana, alhamdulillah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Ndu.
Sama habari ya saizi.
You want to say salam alaikum?
I wanted to say so many things at the same time, but then just there almost, and then we stopped because I wasn't quite sure which way we were going. Boss, is it just me? Okay, I know it could be me, but was it not hot? Is it not hot? I know I'm hot. Okay,
No,
I don't even know what I'm trying to
Which
say.
hot are you talking about? Are you talking about hot or hot?
Okay, let's talk about the weather.
No. Aseto is asking, are you hot or are you hot?
Are you hot?
You know, kuna ile hot.
Ile hat ni ile sasa unasikia
Things sizzling and whatnot.
Yeah, so you're in your hat.
I'll leave that to you.
Yes.
I'll leave that to you. But yesterday, was it not overwhelmingly balmy? And I thought, okay, it's going to rain. And then it didn't. And I don't know what's going on with the weather.
No, the pattern goes thus.
Oh, thank you, please.
It is sweltering. You think it's going to rain, then it doesn't. Give it a day or two, it pours. Yes.
So like by tomorrow, heavy?
Heavy.
Okay.
Yes. Heavy.
Okay.
Tonight.
No, tomorrow. A day or two? A day. Two.
Yes, if you count properly, it's a day or two. Like that.
Tomorrow.
In that order.
I don't even have to ask, City. And I see you're doing splendidly. You know. You guys are okay? Ednah, everything is clicking?
We are okay.
Ednah mesema kosai. She's even smiling. All her teeth. 32 outside.
Ednah, 22 teeth.
32. Maybe 30. No, it's 32. She has 32. Sindio, umetoa yote. Yote. Ajato. She has all
How
of them.
many teeth are we supposed to generally have when we are
you're an adult?
fully grown up?
32.
32.
Yeah.
Why?
Order of things.
That's how God decided. See, you're born essentially with all your teeth formed in your mouth as an infant. And then when your teeth start coming out, you have 8 for the longest time, and then they come out to 12 and then 16. So you hang around with 16, all of them fall out, and then you get to 20, because you add 32 minus 8 is what? 24. And so until you get to about 18, you have 24. Until you get to about 16, 15, you have 24 teeth. And by the time you come into adulthood, now when all of those teeth come out and your permanent ones set in, plus your wisdom teeth, you have 32.
Wisdom teeth.
No, you don't. You have 1, 2. You have 4 wisdom teeth, but all your other teeth set in at 32. That's why they say they are smiling at me with all your 32.
Okay. I don't know. I thought they were 40.
Why would you think they're 40?
I'm just thinking.
Ednah said teeth in kisses. Maina.
In Kigusi, it's not actually Kikisi, it's Kigusi.
Kigusi.
Yeah. You just add an E.
And in Nigeria, egusi is soup.
Ednah, perhaps there are people called in Maina. Is it connected?
These people are in Nigeria. I'm telling you.
Egusi soup.
Egusi. Maina. Meno. Okay, so conversations, we have them this morning. Good to know that everybody is well, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, as it were. And this Tuesday, we're going to have a slew of interesting conversations. Let's get into it, and let me tell you some of those things that we'll be talking about today. All right, at 7 o'clock, we will have in the hot seat nominated senator and chairperson of the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. That's Tabitha Mutinda Munene. She joins us at 7 a.m. We'll be looking at the public audit, and we'll also be looking at an amendment bill, as well as the National Assembly bills. This comes from the National Assembly's bills of number 4 of 2024. Public audit in terms of what should be done going forward, where we were and where we stand. And Miss Mutinda Munene will join us for that conversation at 7 o'clock. Alafu, you know her. She is the president of the Law Society of Kenya. Faith Odhiambo joins us at 8 o'clock. We'll be talking about advancing the rule of law. There have been many conversations swirling. Okay, guys, who is supposed to do what? Parliament is supposed to do this. Do they do it? The judiciary is supposed to operate within these lines. Do they do it? The executive is supposed to and not supposed to do 1, 2, 3. Is it being done? So if these are not happening, or if they're happening only to certain measure, who's to make sure that they actually are advanced and implemented in the manner in which they ought to be? She, as a legal mind, as well as the president of the LSK, will join us at 8 o'clock for that conversation. Sawa. And then finally at 9 a.m., Engineer Isaac Ndereva is the executive director of the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. Backdated electricity bills. Did you know that such a thing existed? It's crazy. In terms of backdated electricity bills.
I didn't know.
He's going to come and explain to us what those are. And is there a scandal in the making? What is going on in terms of those monies and who it goes to and what it actually means? Those are the conversations that we will be having this morning from 7 o'clock in the Situation Room. Sawa. So, belt up, buckle up. It's going to be a fun ride. Let's talk to you this morning and say a very good morning to you as you're clicking into the room today. Always lovely to have you here. Tell us if it's your first time joining the Situation Room. We want to be able to say a big Situation Room welcome to you. But otherwise, you know what they say. We love it for folks who are here every day getting into the morning with us. So it's always fantastic to have you here. And I can't say that's enough. And I think that we always need to recognize you, whoever you are and wherever you are tuning in from. Sawa. Okay, so yes, you are already here with us. And a very good morning to you, Don Sabwa. You've said I should ask CT if he knows the echoes of silence. CT, do you know the echoes of silence?
I know Silence of the Lambs.
That was a great movie. Yeah. In fact, I think I want to watch it again. Yeah. That was an awesome movie. It was terrorizing if you watched it below the age of I don't know what. And you imagine somebody's going to come and chop your liver.
No matter what age you watch it.
Hey, Jermaine, that guy was terrible. Hey.
Hannibal Lecter.
And Anthony Hopkins did an amazing job of acting in that movie, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
So I have answered one Mr. Don Sabwa.
You may have answered your own question, but okay.
Well, no, I went with the silence.
Silence, we go with it. Okay. He then goes on to tell us that silence in Kimalawi is chete.
Actually, there's nothing like Kimalawi. He must tell us the community that
he must tell us which ones.
Yes, is it? Well, I mean, what is it? Is it Chewa? Is it Tumbuka? Is it Yao?
Which one?
Yes. Okay.
You must let us know.
Yes, you must tell us.
Jimmy Wekesa anasema good morning. So you say good morning back.
Good morning.
Well done, class. Emmanuel Koske says good morning, tuned in from Kabianga areas of Kabianga.
The general area.
You know, Lesos around there. Yeah. So Lesos is just next to Kabianga.
Oh, bus. Yeah. Okay. Getting you loud and clear, tuned in from Attack in Uganda. That's where Kisa Daniel is this morning. And tuning in from Ombaso is Robert Mbogo. Stanley Ngashe says, good morning, Juja Farm. You're in the Juja Farm. Super Metro is losing control of its crew super fast. Kwa nini tena?
They've just suspended operations for the next 3 days in order to comply with the requirements. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think there's a problem. If you need to do that, comply, and then you get back on the road. It's necessary to do it. Good morning, the three early birds. Oh, not tweet at birds. I'm joking, Desmond. Good morning. Yaboke, good morning. Bas, she has even given you the wave. Ruto doesn't need cross-country to bring up development. Just a word from his office and it's done. Or he doesn't need to go across the country. Sawa. Ama to Kubali ni early campaigns. Yeah, to Kubali,
it's odd. If he doesn't visit, this president never goes anywhere. If he visits, why doesn't he sit in his office and work? Why must he always just, So, how exactly do you find a middle ground for all this?
You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, so really.
Cross-country for the president is good. It comes from the community of runners, sops. It's in the blood. Let's move.
Oh, well done. I see what you did there.
Believe me, anyone who aspires to be a politician and is loath to traveling and visiting and greeting people and getting them to see them, that person's career is doomed. People need to see the people they have elected. See, literally, physically, see. Yes.
They need to see them.
Yes.
Okay. Ndu, it says he's having... Oh, okay. See, now this is the thing. In my language, when I see the word OBA, I pronounce it Oba. And you've said that you're having maize for breakfast, but I'm not sure. Would you say Oba or Oba? But either way, R is having maize for breakfast. Is it... But the thing about a message is that we can't see the intonation. But you'd also maybe tell us what language that is, and then we can understand. Cinder. Isaac Yetera says, good morning, tuned in. Spices, have a nice day. Good morning, your honors. Allah. King Dave, good morning to you. Chris Maura says, good morning. And Washira Kaboy says, good morning, everybody. Chamgay, my beautiful people. Greetings from a beautiful city of Nairobi, where it's chilly this morning. And good morning to you. Good morning, guys, says Erica War. Good morning, fam, says Salex. And Gore, yes. Leah Obaga is beautiful. Yes, she is indeed. Mwalimu Danson says, good morning, Team Spice. Ken Korir says, the problem with Nigeria. Here we have the problem with, let's just go to Kenya, shall we? Ken Korir. Well, you say the problem with Kalenjins, my people. Ni. Bernardito says, good morning, Doha. Good morning from Doha, rather. Princess Ndu, good morning. Dennis and CT, have a nice week ahead. Asante Sana. Salamu kutoka Sydney. Hillary is tuned in this morning. Christina A, we see you. Good morning. You say, is Ruto doubting his sanity? Anytime he picks the mic, he has to say, I'm not mad.
No. But when someone says they're not mad, I mean, we all say it, and we ask people if they are mad. Are we really doubting their sanity when we do so?
In some cases, when somebody does something absolutely preposterous, that's when you ask and you say, are you crazy?
Are you okay in the head?
Are you okay?
Well, mostly...
It's not an everyday thing, though.
No. A decision that doesn't align with your process of thinking, and that usually brings you to question. And when you ask that phrase, usually it's a shrouded insult.
It is. Because I'm actually telling you that you're mad. But I'm going to ask you whether you're mad so that I can, doubt.
Yes. I just
reduce it a little bit.
It sounds like I want you to clarify, but essentially I'm seeking confirmation.
Indeed you are. So, Christina, we see what you're saying, sister. Hi, Ndu Dennis and all. Good morning, says John Gishuki. Job Masika is tuned in this morning from Iceland. That name always gets me crazy, but one day I'll find an Icelander who will tell us exactly how to say it.
Which one?
The capital.
Reykjavik.
Iyo sasa.
Reykjavik.
Okay. Anytime you want to say it, you guys can say it. Hamjambo Wapambe. What are those?
Hatujambo Wapambe.
What's Wapambe?
Beautiful.
Okay, Sawa, Rogers, good morning. Oh, that was, by the way, that was my prince. Good morning to you. Rogers Lies tuned in. Assalamu alaikum, alaikum salam. Mtuflani says, Ndu's favorite color is green, but Red's favorite color is Ndu. Hey, well, you guys, drink from this fountain of wisdom.
Okay, don't joke.
That Mtuflani has opened this morning. You remember that my favorite color is green, eh? Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for that. Mtuflani. Charles Waweru says, good morning. Tuned in direct from Sydney, Australia. Good morning, Kingdom of Spice. Your spicy subjects await our ears locked from Kitengela and beyond. Good morning to you, Ivan. Restituta Mutuku says, good morning. Of another day and another hour, we thank God. Indeed we do. George Okoh is tuned in this morning and says, good morning to everybody. Politicians are not leaders and leaders shouldn't be politicians. Then Kenya will be a better country. That's interesting. If we had leaders and not rulers, right? Ndu, how good is your Swahili? Well, we tried that. Thank you so much. Gideon also says, good morning. Tuned in from Zimmerman, following Mukosawa. Great topics ahead. Asante Sana. Our local in Malawi is Chichewa. There you go, says Don. Also known as Nyanja, CT. So he's Chichewa.
Good. He's Chichewa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Juki Mungai.
I said good.
Good. Okay. Juki Mungai is tuning from the land of pineapples. Man, do you know how hard it is to get proper nice pineapple out of Thika? You think that you can just go and get it. It's not. They got it with their lives, man. The stuff you get on the side of the road is not the real stuff. You're looking for the really juicy, sweet pineapple and you go to Thika, you're going to have to lose a leg or an arm to get the real stuff. Yeah, I'm just telling you. So, this is my way in Juki of saying we want pineapple. Emmanuel Sanke says good morning. Tuning from Ombaso. Benson says good morning team. Kwanini hamsomi Taifa Leo gazeti usijali Aseto utasoma
kabisa
Taifa Leo. Maxwell Mukiri says good morning. Atlanta is tuned in this morning. And Japheth Sang says good morning SpiceFM. Good morning. 2 out of the 3 Kenyan tax, rather 2/3 of Kenyan tax goes to the executive. It's not nice. Indio Charlie. I understand, brother. Elvis Kirando says, good morning, Wadao. Good morning to you. And Eric Kalindi says, good morning. Tuned in from Mombasa. How good days start. That's a great way to end our greetings this morning. The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation is how good days start. Thank you all for clicking in this morning. And as more of you continue to click in, take it as our personal welcome into the Situation Room. All right. CT, yesterday we entered into Malawi.
Yes, we entered Don Sabo's country.
Yes, we did. Lafuleo sasa.
Bado tuko huko. Right. Thank
you. You guys, that's Bishop.
Yes, that's Vivian.
She does the show in the morning on Berur.
Yes.
And now she has disappeared. She didn't want anybody to see her. But it's always nice to have visitors.
Bishop.
Yes. The day will come when cats have horns.
Anything is possible, my friend.
Yep.
The day when you thought, imagine things that have happened and you think this could have never happened.
And it happened.
And then it happened. The impossible in your mind can actually be a possibility with time.
So then, yes, what do you say when that happens?
What do you say? C'est la question, no?
Yes, it's a question, isn't it?
Exactly. Titi, you know this language, Buana.
No, but even listening to it, its proximity to English is actually quite pronounced. Yes.
Yep,
indeed.
Okay, guys, the headlines. They've made the headlines this morning, and let's look into those as we wait and see how people will interpret that proverb through the morning. Let's let you know what's in the headlines before we go into looking into these stories in detail. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, General's last wish. There is a picture there of the late General Okello. Crash puzzle. 1 year has passed since Kenya's foremost soldier fell from the skies and perished. The KAF 1501 plane that killed General Okello carried an abysmal history. A refurbished Vietnam-era warbird that had experienced 2 emergency landings weeks apart. A preliminary report is out, but one some aviation experts say reads more like a cover letter than an investigation. Was this tragedy an accident or the final chapter in a silent war? That's the question in the headline. We'll look into that story in detail. Other headlines that you might be interested in: government threatens to shut KTN. But we'll see. More details in the counties. Body of girl burned to be exhumed because they want to find out exactly what happened.
The story is bizarre, isn't it?
It is quite bizarre, and we'll look into that detail because it's really weird. 17. Who burned her? Was it an accident? Did somebody do it intentionally? And it is for these questions that answers are sought and the reason why the exhumation then will take place. Drama festivals wrap up with powerful acts and social reflections. There's a man who's been charged for stealing 49 million shillings from the Jambo Pay portal. So how about that for guts and glory? And also, the police are also, this weird stuff. Police are also hunting for a man who hung on a chopper. Now, obviously, for this story to have been interesting, he did not hang on the chopper when it was on the ground. Obviously, the chopper was in flight and the gentleman was hanging on it and trying to find his way from point A to point B. Police said they didn't like this very much, so they're looking for him. Also, which chopper was also very important.
Okay, so but at some point he landed.
Well, yeah, because now they're looking for him, so he's not dead, that's for sure. So they're looking for him and said, no, you couldn't have done this. And also, it's not just any ordinary chopper, right? It was carrying who? Let's see. Real quick. Oh, okay. It was the wedding that took place in Migori County. You Migorians over the weekend, you people, is that the only people are talking about? You people scattered ground, as we would say in Nigeria.
Meaning?
Una scattered ground, as in, wali chafua, sasa si meza, wali
chafua ground.
They wali chafua ground kabisa. Well, somebody went to collect wife and just cleared everywhere. Now I understand.
The musician Prince Inda.
Yep.
Yeah.
He went to marry wife and did proper.
For a year. I mean, that is Nyombo. I think Nyombo.
What's the difference between Nyombo and a year. Yeah? What did you call it?
What communities call opening the gate.
Yes. Okay.
That now is a year.
A year.
Okay.
A year means I have agreed.
Okay.
Yes. So the door is now open for you as another communities. Then Nyombo is now when
you come and engage proper.
Yeah, the door has been opened. Now you go and engage proper.
Yeah.
And say now we are cementing our what? Our ties. Their year is like a booking fee. Okay. Nyombo now you cement it.
Bas.
Okay.
Our cultures are not very different, though.
Oh no! They're actually not. They're actually not. They just call different
cultures.
things.
Yeah.
And you didn't go to the girl's place once, and a wife was thrown at you.
No.
Oh man, you went many times.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. By the time the cows are being accepted or whatever.
No. In fact, Nigeria, they've already sent somebody ahead go and find out if there's madness in your family.
Yeah.
Are your people thieves? Things anyway.
So is it true that cows that go to the girl during Nyombo has to be from around? It has to be around for like 2 days the previous night,
Well, those are modern things that we now do because you want them to be there so that on the actual day they can be presented.
Okay.
Plus, you might bring a cow on the day and then the cow is sick, it dies.
Yes, but also sometimes the cows would precede you even with a week, but you give notice. So the cows, if they are, say, like something like 4, you'll need a vehicle to take them, isn't it? So they go in advance. And on the day you come, you'll be shown these are the cows, these are the spindly animals that you brought.
Because if the cow shows up half dead on the day, you're not going to send it back. The ceremony is already on, man.
Yeah. Interesting cultures out here.
Very. Please, headline.
So let's go to the Daily Nation. And smack in the middle, why is Kenya still in Haiti? Now, questions. 2 elite police officers are dead, while 2 others are seriously injured 10 months into the Kenyan-led multinational security mission in Haiti. Many of the countries that pledged monetary and other support for the operation to stabilize the gang-riddled Caribbean nation have since kept away, leaving President William Ruto and his government to do the heavy lifting. But with funding shortages, faulty equipment and bickering amongst financiers, is it still worth keeping our forces in harm's way in a far-off land? Questions being asked. And death on 2 wheels but borders killing more people than cars in road crashes. In one of the wards at Nakuru Teaching and Referral Hospital, James Masharia writhes in agony. His heavily plastered leg hangs in the air as he grimaces in pain. And Supreme Court moves to shield landowners from grabbers targeting expired leases, as well as fraudsters stole my identity. Kenyan jailed in UAE over 81 million shillings. Scam pleads. Yep, those are the stories on Daily Nation. Shall be looking deeper into some of the stories. City.
In the Business Daily, top right-hand corner in this particular paper, there's live. Financially, how Kenyans are investing today. Next to it is the section on intelligence. In my directorships and consulting, I expect to be having a good time doing good things with colleagues and clients. That's a quote from a gentleman called Mike Eldon. Interbank lending rates fall to 20-month low. The rate of interest charged for short-term loans made between banks has slumped to a 20-month low, reflecting the impact of CBK's move aimed at bringing down credit costs. Okay. Subsidiary pushes pump prices to 2-year low. Pump prices will fall by up to 2 shillings and 40 cents per litre for April 15th May review cycle after the state retained the subsidy scheme yesterday. Okay? So it means the price of fuel has done what?
Has not changed.
You're sure?
But you said retained. What did you say?
Pushes the prices to a 2-year low.
Okay, so they've... Okay, I thought you said... Okay, so what has retained has been the subsidy.
The subsidy has been retained, but 2 shillings and 40 cents represents the reduction.
Decrease.
Yes.
Okay.
It costs... It means things should cost less.
Yes.
But this is Kenya, do they?
Nope.
Right. Trump signals resumption of trade talks with Nairobi. Okay. We wait for the time when he will be in full retreat. Because all these tariffs, non-tariffs, this and the other discussions we had yesterday were interesting.
Yes.
But clearly, of all the options that we talked about regarding why people bring in the discussion and implementation of tariffs, the negotiation bit that refers to what people are looking for seems to be what is a center to the tariff situation that Trump has levied upon the globe.
And the latest development is that Chinese President Xi Jinping is in Vietnam discussing on closer cooperation. Remember, US and Vietnam have been working together for a very long time.
They have.
And right now, that business seems to be going to China. So, developments as well.
Me thinks this,
Okay.
Somewhere along the line, the Americans realized that while they were chest thumping, the Chinese were overtaking them.
Yes.
And now it probably becomes apparently obvious that that is precisely what has happened. So all these things are to say, okay, let's come to the table and let's see how we can reorganize this whole thing. But this particular horse seems to have bolted.
Yep.
And the stable door simply needs to be closed. Anyway, my thoughts. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has signaled its intention to restart talks for a comprehensive trade agreement with Kenya, insisting a deal would inform negotiations with other African countries as the Africa Growth Opportunity Act expires. You know, there's always been the talk of the Africa Free Trade Area. We lose out on getting the continent to do what they need to do for themselves when we allow countries like the U.S. to piecemeal make agreements with us. Because the agreement they make with Kenya is not going to be the agreement they have made.
Yes.
We need to grow a backbone as AU so that these agreements are made with the AU on behalf of the Yes. This piecemeal thing will be undoing.
Do you say we need to strengthen our backbone?
Yes, we do.
I think we need to have one as the AU.
Okay.
Please, carry on.
Nigeria freezes NBK sale despite Kenya's approval. CBK nod clears first hurdle in KCB Access Bank deal. Nigerian bank under pressure to sell DRC subsidiary. Let me just read it so that you understand what it is I'm talking about. Nigeria Central Bank has yet to clear the purchase of the National Bank of Kenya by Lagos headquartered Access Bank despite its Kenya counterparts approving the deal, further delaying the exit of KCB Group because they owned this particular bank called National Bank of Kenya. In the Star News, man jailed for 15 years for tricking a girl into marriage. Story is on page 3. Bad Samaritan defiler to spend 15 years. He took advantage of a 17-year-old needy schoolgirl and married her. Okay. All right. Now, he's got his just desserts. He's now going to prison. Right. Revolution as Siaya moms lead war on nutrition. In the heart of Siaya County, a quiet revolution is unfolding, not in hospitals or clinics, but in smoke-filled, mud-walled kitchens where mothers are reclaiming the children's health, one communal meal at a time. In Bar Agulu village, a group of 10 mothers gather daily under the Positive Deviance Health Model, a grassroots nutrition program built on the belief that local knowledge can unlock life-saving solutions. Good for you. Okay. These women bring together what little they have, such as cassava, millet, bananas, Nile perch, and cooked nutritious meal while learning, laughing, and healing together. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff.
Absolutely.
Called homegrown solutions. Audit exposes rot in NGCDF. The court says, wind fund up. God! Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has unearthed widespread mismanagement and blatant abuse of the multi-billion shilling NGCDF, just as courts recommended winding up the kitty. Right. Bang in the middle of the paper. He's also facing stiff internal conflict. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. The headline is, and this is bang in the middle of the paper, dilemma for Kalonzo as Uhuru backs Matiang'i bid. All right. Right.
If you say so.
Right.
If you actually say so.
I have said so.
Taifa leo real quick.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, gundani gunje ndio mchezo wa ODM na serikali. Viongozi wa ODM wanaendelea kuonyesha mgawanyiko mkubwa huku mguu mmoja ukionekana ndani ya serikali na mwingine.
You're such a show off.
Who?
Dennis.
No.
Dennis. Okay, gundani gunje.
Yeah.
Goons
One
in
leg
J,
in.
goons and Danny.
No, not. You know what you remind me of? There's a joke when we were kids that we were being told Swahili sayings. Haraka haraka haina baraka. Some clever teachers told us that our white colonialists understood it as hark hark the hyena's back.
Guns nje, guns ndani. And you're just the best.
Guns nje, guns ndani.
You're saying I'm a show off? Clearly, I'm not.
Hey, righto.
Hark what?
Hark the hyena's back.
Hey. Wow. Aya.
Sorry.
Ishara tosha. Ruto aliambulia pakavu ziara ya Mlima Kenya. Demokrasia ya yumba Afrika Mashariki, Chadema ikizuiwa kushiriki uchaguzi Tanzania.
Our neighbors have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And your position again, they told me, no.
Where? Go run for elections in space. You want to run for elections? I will charge you for treason. Get out of here.
What do you mean?
Wow.
Yeah. Read another headline. We are enjoying this Kiswahili. One more. Alafu tuende.
Let's wow. Let's move. Wana michezo na skendo zao. Sports people with their scandals. Yes.
How original. Scandal.
Adai huwachangamkia vidosho ili apate hanjam za kutawala mechi. Let's move on.
Oh, okay. It's something.
Something.
Yeah. Okay. A break is needed. Let's take a look at what's happening with weather and traffic. And then we'll come back and look at some of these stories in detail. And maybe in Swahili as well. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Well, the sun is peeking through this Tuesday morning at 16 degrees in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 25. It's 15 and cloudy into Nakuru and 16 and sunny into Nyeri. 14 and sunny conditions in Eldoret, while Mombasa at 25 will be sunny through Tuesday, and it's 26 and sunny into Malindi. 20 and sunny in Kisumu, while into Kakamega it is 17 and sunny. Kampala 20, partly cloudy, and Dar es Salaam with some mostly sunny conditions at 24, and it's 13 and cloudy in Johannesburg, while at 27 it is sunny in Mogadishu, 14 and cloudy into Addis Ababa, while Lagos at 27 is partly cloudy. Kinshasa at 24 is clear, and we're looking at clear conditions at 24 and sunny as well into Beijing. 14 and light rain in Paris this morning, while it's raining heavily in London at 11. Cloudy at 13 in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 18.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, it is busy this morning. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, traffic has already gone to the bumper to bumper status. And looking at some traffic on Kangunda Road, it makes its way to and from Outer Ring this morning. Looks like it will be just a tad busy. Jago Road with some action as well. Hold up as you then get towards the City Stadium roundabout. But apart from that, we're not really seeing anything clicking in just yet. Outbound traffic, rather. We're going to say, talking about the city, inbound to the city, coming off Ombaso Road, is going to slow down just a little bit because that part of the road finally is being sorted out. So that means that a couple of days is going to mean some traffic. The crew should be leaving soon, but we're keeping an eye on all of this as we try to keep things moving. Sawa. Let's talk and keep it that way. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 95.5 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Looking at stories in detail at 16 minutes to 7 o'clock, I want to tell you this story. It's a disturbing one and so one might ask, what are the things that actually happen, in different parts of the country? A body of a girl burned after refusing to marry a 55-year-old man is exhumed. The body of a minor allegedly killed in Wajir County for refusing to be married off to a 55-year-old man will be exhumed today. The 17-year-old girl, Gala Aiden Abdi's body, will be disinterred from the Directorate after the Directorate of Criminal Investigations secured a court order to allow a post-mortem examination as part of a murder investigation. The Standard has learned that a private pathologist is already in Wajir, while a government pathologist is expected to arrive in Dadaab refugee camp today for the exercise. Gala, a refugee who reportedly was killed on the 27th of March this year, and her body was burned beyond recognition after she resisted being forcibly married off. She was hurriedly buried after the incident, which was allegedly committed by the supposed husband or husband-to-be. Human rights activists, civil society organizations, and the National Gender and Equality Commission, which is NGEC, have been pushing for the exhumation of the body, citing an attempt by the community to conceal evidence. Isa Muhammad, Gala's relative, told the Standard that the family of the supposed husband claimed that the girl had died by suicide, setting herself ablaze. He said the family's narrative was that Gala had attacked the man with a knife, and after realizing he was bleeding, she set herself on fire. They crafted a story to make it appear as though she committed suicide. The man's mother claimed that she was taking her son to the hospital when they heard commotion in the house, only to find Gala burning in bed. So of course the story goes on, and the Rehema Jaldesa, who is the commission chairperson, stated that the suicide narrative by the man's family is false and meant to compromise investigations. She herself had been to Wajir, and the first thing she noticed is that the community, including the local chief, had quickly shifted the narrative from murder to suicide. And she said the only way for them to then be able to determine what exactly had happened is if the body is exhumed. And DCI can find this out real quick in a minute, and they look at the elements as to how the death took place. But there are many underlying issues here, that there are still young girls who are being married off. That still continues to happen, and then are having children at a very young age. In this case, it would appear as though this girl had resisted this and didn't want a situation where she would be married off to a man easily 3 times her age. And this is what happened. So the investigations will take place. We will find out if she was actually murdered. And then it will be interesting to see what happens, because here we have issues of culture and tradition vis-a-vis rights. And it's always a difficult conflict when we see the two. What are your rights? And how far can you push rights now, RITES, against RIGHTS?
Some rights are just plain criminal.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are contrary to the law, and it's as simple as that. So now it is a question of you aligning those customary beliefs of yours to fit in with the law.
Yeah.
Because the law is not going to make an exception, because if you were to make an exception for rights that are contrary to the law, how many exceptions would you make?
Yeah. Okay. Because then again, if you look at this matter, we start from even while investigating, we start from the fact that this 17-year-old who was being married to an adult, that goes against the law to start with. Then as the investigations now proceeds, murder and whatnot, so all these things compounded, we just find that someone went against the law.
Does that story include the parents of the girl?
So they talk about, the commission chairman is the one who went on to talk. She expressed frustration. Her relatives, it doesn't talk about her, well, okay, here we go. Her relatives received calls, including recordings of the girl being tortured. She even told her mother, "They are killing me, they are torturing me, this is what they are doing," yet no one came to her rescue. So it's interesting because they talk about elders, they talk about community members, but they don't talk about her immediate family.
So she was married, she was having problems, and she called for help, and help was not forthcoming.
Yes, essentially you had been married, so you're done.
So that again, I have to ask the people who allowed their daughter to be married. That one.
Yeah.
They're accomplices to this.
They're accomplices to it. Yeah.
According to her, this is the commission chairperson. 3 men, including the supposed husband, to beat Gala to death by setting her body on. They beat her first, and then making it appear as a suicide. Many community members witnessed the girl being beaten by the 3 men, the husband and his 2 brothers. They hit and killed her, according to witnesses. To cover the crime, they set her body ablaze and made small cuts on her husband's hand and waist to make it look like she had attacked him. But yes, her parents or her immediate family don't come into this this story.
Why are there details of why they were beating her?
She said she didn't want to do it again now. She said she didn't want the marriage anymore.
So you beat someone because they have said they do not want to marry. And that's supposed to help with what exactly?
This is the question. We've become so barbaric in our behavior because you cannot tell me. Because look, I believe that there are very many things about tradition. It doesn't matter. There are very many beautiful things about tradition and culture. Beautiful things. But then now when you sacrifice human rights on the altar of tradition over and over again, it is barbaric.
It is.
There's no other way we'll call it.
This story represents the truth and that indeed this is what happened. Those fellows should be taken to court.
They should
be taken.
And the parents should also be brought in to answer. What on earth did they do to their 17-year-old?
17, she's a baby.
What are the circumstances that got them to do this?
Yeah.
She's a baby.
And there are people who are authorities. Let's just go to the Mijikumi and let's go to the chiefs.
Chiefs, yeah.
Sub-chiefs. These are authorities. What on earth were they doing?
Because remember, even as we talk about the authorities, the Nyumba Kumi and the elders that we hear about here, remember how critical the elders in this community pretty much play an important role. Because even in the recent case where the chiefs were abducted, it is the elders from these communities who are sent to Somalia to negotiate on behalf of Kenya. So that means the elders in these communities play a critical role in the day-to-day running.
Extremely critical role.
Yes. So fact that they were involved, they married off a young girl, alarm was raised and nothing was done. I mean, everybody in this entire circle needs to be brought to book.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No question about it. It'll be interesting to see what DCI does today. Because they've landed. They've landed already. So let's hear. We'll get the details of that as we move forward. But this is one that we must follow.
Yes, sure.
Next.
So there's a story here. Revealed how goons are getting tear gas canisters.
See, goons.
Okay. A disturbing trend of tear gas canisters being found in civilian hands is adding a dangerous twist to political violence. Classified as weapons that should only be wielded by law enforcement officers, tear gas canisters are increasingly being used to disrupt political gatherings, raising questions about how the explosives are being acquired by civilians and who is facilitating the crime. On April 9th in Nyakach, Kisumu County, a man was arrested while out to disrupt the ODM party sub-county elections at Kodingo Chiefs Camp. Police say the man was found in possession of a tear gas canister and a cache of weapons, including knives and pangas. His 4 accomplices managed to escape arrest. On the same day in Bondo, Siaya County, a vehicle was vandalized at Koyucho Junction. During a search, a fake pistol and a tear gas canister were recovered. Police believe the weapons were also intended to be used to disrupt ODM elections in the area. Bondo Sub-County Police Commander Robert Aboki confirmed the arrest of 2 suspects. We're investigating where they got the tear gas canisters and their intentions, Mr. Aboki said. It is a situation where equipment and stuff that are meant to be with police are being found with civilians, which begs the question, how do they get them? And according to these, they're suspecting that rogue police officers are giving these equipment to civilians with the sole intention of disrupting political gatherings, especially where there are 2 parties.
Well, I mean, let's ask a simple question. Where is this equipment kept?
Yeah.
You think about guns, you think about armory, you think about all of this, tear gas canisters. One would assume that they're under lock and key within, at the very least, police stations. And in order to get them out, somebody must give the okay. Somebody must sign off on something for you to have them released, I assume. So in order for, unless you're telling us that somebody's breaking into police stations, number one, or somebody took them out and then didn't do the due diligence to put them back, and then somebody just ran, upon them and took them. But if they're coming out of police stations where they are stored or any kind of armory, somebody gave the order for them to get out, or is somebody selling them?
Yeah, so according to The Nation now, they spoke to multiple sources from within the police force who revealed the trade in tear gas canisters involves corrupt police officers, unscrupulous politicians, and reckless civilians. One officer who requested anonymity due to the sensitivity of the matter admitted that some colleagues routinely divert tear gas canisters for sale. So what happens is you are issued with 10 canisters to quell, say, a protest. You discharge 2. You still have 8. So you decide to take 5 and take back the remaining. So that happens, you have 5, but you go tell your boss, I discharged 8, so I'm returning 2.
But don't you have to come back with the empty thing?
Once you discharge it in a protest, you're not supposed
checking.
to pick the whatever remains.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. IPOA?
You remember? Yes.
IPOA?
We had that conversation yesterday with Isaac, and he said there is always the way these things are discharged. They are released to the police officers. There is always a record and all that. So perhaps IPOA needs to just investigate the same.
Consider the staff complement that they need to carry out their duties and what they have. It is a minuscule fraction of what they need. So they will definitely try. They will try. But at best, they'll dent the problem.
Yeah.
If they had the requisite personnel, then they could make the changes that are necessary. Yes. As of now, they will continue trying.
Yeah.
I want to look at the East African, even as we wait for the hour. The headline, Under Siege, Opposition Leaders. You see, you think it's Tanzania. No. This problem is in East Africa. Opposition leaders, Lissu of Tanzania, Besigye in Uganda, are on trial for treason charges, while Machar is under house arrest. Their parties accuse the ruling regimes of using treason to block them from the ballot. Okay?
How, though? And this is the question, that how does then running for election equate to you committing treason? Or is that... let's say it out loud. Is there the fear, very clear and present fear, that if this individual were allowed, quote unquote, to come out into public and seek election, that the people would actually give it to them?
It does point in that direction, but it also points to the mindset that people have on this continent about leadership.
Yes.
It's like when you are in leadership, nobody has any wherewithal to question the things you do. They are not to question, even in a democracy. So our democracies are supposed to be guided in the direction in which they should go.
They should go.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you deviate from it, then it's treasonous.
Yeah. We can sort you out.
But then I have to say this also.
Please do.
Yeah. We do not know some of the details of why these people are under house arrest or they are on trial.
Or why they're in jail.
We know certain things, but can we honestly say we know
all
everything?
things?
No.
We can't.
Because we talk about intelligence gathered and whatnot that lead to the arrest of the individual. So
we do not know.
Yeah, but then again, you say a guided democracy that is in Africa. I mean, do we look at the future where we say Africa, we are enjoying democracy, or do we even have a semblance or an idea of what an African democracy is?
Yes, but we're seeing it.
Okay. Guided democracy.
We see it. The moment you have multi-party, other political parties, it's a democracy. Now, when I get to power, then I will demonstrate my understanding of democracy.
Indeed.
Okay.
So, in that light, we in this country here, compared to the others, I can see why politicians like comparing.
Okay.
The difference is vast.
Huge. And the at least mentality comes into play. Well, at least we are doing this. At least we are not
and
like
we can
so
do
and
this.
So,
yes. And you can say this and you can do this. Whereas in just the neighboring countries, you dare try and see.
For goodness sake, you can walk down the street and be arrested and be kept in jail for 6 months, for crying out loud. Because that's exactly what we're living, the reality of that. You can make your way to another country, and even before you can get to open your mouth, or you say Jack Robinson, you're bounded out and you've crossed the border back to your country.
Yes, or if you breathe facing a certain direction you're not supposed to face, you'll likely find yourself arrested.
Absolutely. Or if you open your mouth and say that, I would like to run for even before you say you've been accused of treason and you're in jail without bail. What? You've not even said what you want to do yet.
Well, I was going to get my doctorate as a pro. It's as a pro. What?
You see now you can
all I wanted to say was a professor.
If you make mistake, you're inside, my friend. Don't just be breathing anyhow.
When Ford, the opposition party, came in, when multipartyism was actually at the brink of becoming a reality. Yeah. All vehicles called Ford were banned in this country.
Get out. Can't you have to make Ford. You want to do what? Can't even drive in one, my friend.
Yeah? The kind front is always a
Ford.
No.
You guys, where we are going? Seriously, my friend.
Not easy.
Okay, we are having conversations. We'll look at the public audits, and that will happen with nominated Senator Tabitha Munene, who will join us at 7. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Civil society organizations are accusing the government of escalating efforts to silence dissent, not only through the use of force but also by failing to act when political freedoms are under attack. Their latest concern centers on the controversial disruption of a student play at Butere Girls High School.
Attack on art and creativity is part of it. Then we wonder what kind of art and sports is going to be taught. We do actually ask the government and those mercenaries of doom to keep off the learning institutions.
What are we telling our generations? That really throw away the constitution and do as you please, abuse of power, police excessives, there has to be a no and there has to be a choice to do that which is right for this country. The officers who are involved in that act, there should be serious, thorough investigations and they must be held culpable. We actually call for their suspension.
The activists say that political gatherings across the country are also increasingly being marred by violence, with the government remaining silent on the matter.
Activation of political goons to disrupt has taken root, and there has been near zero accountability from the government. The targets have mostly been anti-government critics. As we move towards the 2027 general election, there's a worrying trend of emerging political intolerance and the use of outlawed gangs. Kenyans do need to continue to ask for answers, and we need these institutions to give us the answers and to hold the individuals involved accountable. The country is too politically charged for a country that is to go through an election in 2027.
The government has vowed to continue with operations to enforce the shisha ban countrywide until it is upheld to the fullest. Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni said in collaboration with a multi-agency team of law enforcement agencies, they conducted a crackdown on several illegal shisha outlets in Nairobi over the weekend. She said the renewed operation came amid growing public concern over the resurgence of shisha smoking, especially in nightclubs. Muthoni noted that several offenders were arrested and arraigned and multiple shisha delivery systems were impounded. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale has sounded the alarm over fraudulent claims by some health facilities to the Social Health Authority, cautioning that institutions found culpable of billing for non-existent services will face blacklisting. Appearing before the Senate Committee on Health, Duale issued a stern warning against exploitation of the SHA program for illegal financial gain. While acknowledging operational hiccups within the system, the CS pointed an accusing finger at some health workers and institutions for their role in undermining the program.
A facility that said they have conducted 10 surgeries, and whether the system picks the doctor, the surgeon, when that surgeon was called, he was 500 kilometers away from that facility, and he has never been there. This is the kind of fraud that was going on in NHIF. The system is clearing. This I am telling you. And that facility, we will register it and we will send it to the criminal justice system.
Addressing KMPDU concerns, Duale also disclosed that 1,000 health workers will be promoted and more medics recruited from July 1st.
They're not foreigners, they are Kenyans we will have a sitting with them. Now it's at 70, they're saying the doctors are agitating 2006. And I have made it very clear and committed to them, the leadership, that I am now doing a consultation, and it will be very fast. And we have agreed to move forward to National Treasury. The Council of Governors and the MOH will go to we'll have a sitting with the National Treasury.
Passengers serviced by the Super Metro SACO will be forced to seek for alternatives after the PSB SACO announced a temporary suspension of operations starting today. Super Metro Limited announced that its fleet wouldn't be on the roads for 3 days following a directive by the Transport Licensing Appeals Board. The SACO sought redress from TLAB, and NTSA suspended its operating license last month. The NTSA had cited the unroadworthiness of Super Metro vehicles and the unsuitability of the SACO's crew to serve passengers. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic. The sun is up, the birds are chirping, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I hope is what you are. As you're trying to traverse this Nairobi traffic, you'll find that there's a little bit of the eastern bypass finding its way towards North Airport Road, and also incoming traffic from Outer Ring, and then outbound traffic on Outer Ring as well. All of that is combining in what? Bumper-to-bumper action. It's also happening on Jogo Road, and there it is on the Thika Superhighway as well. Coming in from Survey, going towards the CBD, it is busy. We're also seeing the same thing happening on Kiambu Road, and if you look at coming in from Westlands, you're okay. And it looks as though Ngong Road is the place to be right now because there is no traffic, and the Southern Bypass also looks good as well. There's a smidgen of traffic coming off of Magadi Road. It'll find its way towards Langata Road, but we'll see later what that looks like. For now, you're looking all right. We'll talk and keep things moving on Spice FM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 6 minutes after 7 o'clock. Good morning and welcome to The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation on this 15th day of April. It's Tuesday, and here we are having conversations that matter, that are important for us to have in our communities, nation, region, and indeed the world. Our live streams are up and still running on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN Karibu Sana as we get into conversations for this hour. The nominated member of the Senate will join us in a short while, making her way here. And just in case you wondering who that is, Tabitha Mutinda Munene is a nominated senator as well as the chairperson of the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. And we'll be talking this morning about the Public Audit Amendment Bill, which is that of the National Assembly Bills 4 of 2024. Big questions in terms of what's actually happening. How much does Kenya owe? How much does Kenya receive? What is being appropriated? What is being absorbed? What is being used? We'll have that conversation with her in just a while when she clicks into the room. All right, we've been looking through the headlines and some of those stories that we looked into this morning, and just then been able to touch on some of them and some of the issues arising from those stories. That when you talk about elections and that you say that you live in a progressive society whereby anybody, any citizen who then meets the mark according to the law can present him or herself to run for any position of an elective or any post of an elective position, then what in this day and age whereby you say you are living out your democracy with fear and trembling, what would stop you from allowing another individual? And even the word allowing seems a bit weird to me, that we can be in this day and age when we say we will not allow you to run for office. We may not know the details of the particular issues, but we've seen it too many times in this region, have we not? That we currently do have neighbors of the region where two individuals are now sitting in jail and they have always been contenders for the presidency. Are we really living in a world where democracy as we know it, or democracy as we define it, is actually living out to its expectations? And how can we make sure that we stay away from this dangerous abyss that we seem to be hurtling into very quickly?
You know, the thing about freedom, there is nothing like national or communal or national, just an overall freedom that everybody enjoys. It's not the law. It is the people within that jurisdiction, within that country, understanding the law, understanding their freedoms, and putting those freedoms into practice. Yes. See, what runs contrary to our freedoms is this inherent belief about power and how it must be exercised. There's an understanding, it seems, it's not an African thing. It's just demonstrated more among us Africans. It's a human thing.
Yeah.
The reason why democracies work in the West, people don't bother to find out the history of how they killed each other and how they were unstable for almost 2 millennia before they came around to realizing that, it's actually in our interest to do what? To be talking to each other.
Yes.
It's actually in our interest if we just agree and discuss issues instead of going to war. And the reason why it works is because the citizenry have understood and they guard that freedom jealously.
Yes.
They go overboard sometimes. There are always individuals who will be extremists on both sides. But before they do, the moment people acquire a semblance of power, that power has a tendency of rewiring their thinking.
Yes.
They suddenly become the bastion of knowledge and wisdom who cannot be questioned.
To the point that you curtail the rights, essentially, of other individuals?
Curtail is really polite. You actually
I'm being really polite.
Yes, you ensure that you obliterate it if you can. It's when the people show you that they are not going to put up with it that people actually they stop and start taking steps back. Yes, or retreating. But in the absence of that, it doesn't matter who gets into power. It doesn't matter. Those who campaign on democratic tickets, full stop. If they were to ascend to power, for many of them, you would be shocked at the manner of dictatorships that they would actually display.
I mean, as we talk about whatever is happening in our neighboring countries, if you just look at Tundu Lissu, just the historical context, let me just go through it real quick. You find that he survived an assassination attempt in 2017 when he was shot. He actually came to Kenya for treatment. And in 2023, he was arrested in July 2023 on charges related to unlawful assembly. In August 2023, he was reportedly detained again during a political event. And the charges that were put up was holding illegal gatherings. And it has been said that Lissu's arrest have drawn condemnation from global human rights organizations. But as we talk about democracy in Africa, we look at what the people consume to be democracy as a continent, as Africans. Are we at a point where we say, I know we've talked about what democracy that we enjoy in this country, multi-party democracy and whatnot. Our leaders tend to have a different view of the same. But are we at a point where as citizens we can stand and say, what you're doing is wrong, this is what we want, and we push the idea of democracy to a point where we say it's acceptable?
Do we though? Do we actually, when we think about democracy and how we play it out here, do we actually capture the complexity and opportunity of democracy? Do we really? That what opportunities democracy actually offers up to us, do we take those and see? Do we actually, because what does democracy mean? In its original meaning, it is the rule by the people, people's rule, that people in the majority are the ones who then give they lend their power to one or two individuals. The people in the majority lend their power to those in the minority, and we're talking about numbers here, to then be able to gather people and to lead for a period of time. So essentially it is that representation is given to these individuals. But do we really take the opportunities that democracy then does offer up to us in terms of the ideology of it? Or do we just we pass the word around because it sounds nice. You know, it sounds like an academic,
paper.
That you can say it and it sounds that we're living out our democracy. Or we're a democratic state, and we take the word democratic and we lob it on the beginning of the names of nations for it to sound as though it's the people who are actually ruling. But do we actually see today that people's rule, that people's desire, people's will is actually being lived out?
Because one would argue that the entire process of democracy, we exercise it. The majority give the power to the minority to rule, to run the country. But that is where our marriage with the democracy ends. Because anything that happens after that is none of our business. Because then again, we say it is the majority with the power. The power belongs to the people. We donate that power to a few individuals. But if you look at the situation in the country right now, it seems as though the minority who we've donated our power to are the ones who are running the show. It is not us.
It's not just minority. The vast minority.
You can use that vast minority.
Yes. Well, how many are they?
Exactly.
Against a population of 56 million.
Yes. You're talking about, give or take, 1,000 people against a population exactly of 50 plus million people. Yes. And then when we talk about also then rule by the people, it stops at the elective position. Yes. Once you have elected these people, that rule of the people story comes to an end. It's done, it's dusted, it's finished. So when you and that's why I keep using the phrase living out your democracy in fear and trembling, because it's a daily thing. You cannot say that we were democratic. How democratic are you? Well, we hold elections every 5 years. No, my friend. It is beyond that. What happens on a daily basis? What are you doing for development? What are you doing for the guarding of human rights? What are you doing for the enforcement and implementation of the Constitution? What are you doing for, the enforcement of laws and living out laws? It's an everyday thing. You cannot say that we practice democracy through an election. Yes. Are you kidding me? No, it's an ideology. It's a way of life. It's a way of practice. It's a way of opportunity. So I think if you're not ready to actually do what the democratic oath, I'm just making up things today, it's great. If you're not going to do what the democratic oath requires you to do, then call it something else. Live by another ideology. Tell us that you're doing something else, but don't call it democratic, because it's not.
Go ahead.
Because there is a feeling that the idea of democracy to us is every 5 years in August 2nd Tuesday or whatever it is when we go to vote, and that is when we exercise our democracy. After that, forget about it. So that when Kenyans come out and push back, stand and say we don't want this, people look at that as dissent and as though you are going against the power that is, forgetting that is part of democracy that we enjoy as citizens.
You only need to look at activism that has taken place whether it's in Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. Whether you are talking about Black Lives Mattering, whether you are talking, the Tiananmen Square massacre and what led to it, whether you're talking about what happened in the Middle East, all these things point to that human spirit that desires freedom.
Yes.
Okay? And the people who lead or who are referred to as democratic countries, remember what that democracy was built on. Look at North America, look at Canada, look at the US of A. Those people essentially decimated the natives of those countries.
Yes.
They literally almost wiped them out completely. Slavery came in, more so in the US. Now, a lot of history has been rewritten. It's called revisionism, so that one can look at these things perhaps in a positive light or give a variety of interpretations that could also lend itself to the truth. It's not a straight path. And when nations in the West highlight the inadequacies of our democracies, we need to understand that they are judging us against a yardstick that is actually false. We have leaders who are referred to by the West as dictatorships. We have Yoweri Museveni in Uganda. We have Kagame. Okay. What did these countries suffer before these leaders came into being? What did they go through? And how is it that they have been able to retain not a semblance, but a reality of stability in all those years? What is it?
I'm going to ask an uncomfortable question.
Yes.
If we look at the African continent, if we look at sub-Saharan Africa, because if you look at and look at the issues that we face, they're more or less homogenic across board. Dodgy leadership here and there. You still have underdevelopment. The poverty index is still very high. Infrastructure, although you can get by, is actually not so good. We don't have lights. Power is off. Water is not running. You don't have sanitation. I mean, come on.
Hospitals problematic.
Everywhere.
Diseases
education
everywhere.
is iffy.
Yes.
More or less. You find the same problems. And then you want to, and this democracy, with it, however you want to look at it, is not number one, an quote unquote African ideology.
No, it is not.
It's not. Because Africa was hinged on socialism.
Yes.
Number one. Capitalism did not come here. People would have talked about.
We were not capitalistic.
We were not. We would even say that we leaned slightly on fascism, slightly, authoritarianism kind of thing.
Yeah.
So one would ask the question: is it not possible, or is it not some direction where we should start to think that, look, we've tried this thing for some time, and it doesn't seem to be working. You cannot have a democratic state when you have people living in abject poverty. It is not. It
flies against the principles of democracy completely.
You cannot have a democracy whereby you have the few individuals in the country who have the majority of the riches and wealth and resources in their pockets, and the majority suffers. It is not possible. They just are not synonymous with one another.
This capitalism doesn't work for us.
It doesn't work for us. So is it not time we started to think about perhaps going back towards socialism, whereby everybody had a little piece of the pie, and that everybody is working in tandem to make sure that this thing works? And at the top of this thing, you have somebody who essentially is going to tell you what to do and do it right.
Do you know, leadership in the African continent was consultative.
Very.
The Mzungu description of it and understanding of it is completely skewed. It was consultative. There were a few leaders who came out and did not want to be consulted. They consulted whoever it is that they knew they wanted to consult. But by and large, people had to agree.
Why do you think that? Remember this story that we read earlier this morning, where you talked about the 5 gentlemen who were captured, who went to negotiate?
Yes.
It was elders. It was the tenets upon which we are met, that a group of people are the ones who said, let's come together and put our heads together and see how we are going to do this thing. And that was how we sorted out matters, and that was how we made decisions on things like trade, on resources, on family, on community, on education, on children, on marriage, on death, on separation. Take your pick. We made those decisions based on an elder system.
Yes.
And now you want to ask the question that, okay, fine, now you want to take and adopt this thing whereby you take all that power and you vest it in one individual. Tell me how you think it's going to suddenly work. And you're trying to fit around, square around something inside. It doesn't work.
Square peg in a round
Square
hole.
peg in a round hole. Thank you.
I think...
And we say, okay, we're democratic because it sounds sexy. No, if it's not working, it's not working.
We're working on a system, on a democratic system that is determined by others away from this continent who do not understand how we run our affairs and our business. For a very long time, you would look at a country like Libya during the days of Gaddafi. It was the wealthiest country. You would go to education from lower primary all the way to university.
Not
free
lower,
of charge.
the entire
education system was free. Healthcare was free. The only expensive thing in Libya was water, because it was a scarce resource. But even when we talk about water, Gaddafi went to the ocean and made sure that people enjoyed water, and they had water fountains all over the place.
Desalinized.
And here we are. That is what worked for the people of Libya when the white man's democracy.
Did you really think that was going to be allowed? When people talk about the Lockerbie bombing, what they also don't talk about, that there was a Libyan flight that, because of the mist and heavy cloud cover, diverted from the path and flew over Israel. It was shot down.
Yes.
Long before the Lockerbie incident. Now that Lockerbie incident, on which one particular intelligence officer from Libya was blamed for, that now was the reason and the excuse they were waiting for. And remember, around that same time, Gaddafi had taken, should we say, the forefront position in helping Africa become a stronger AU.
Yes. He was actually the chairperson AU.
Yes, he was supporting, not in words, but in deed as well.
Yes.
That wasn't going to fly.
Yeah.
That was never going to fly.
Because one thing that Gaddafi pushed for was to ensure that we have a single currency that is backed by gold as a continent. And what that will do was reduce the strength of the dollar and ensure that Africa as well gets to trade with an African currency on a global stage.
Yes, perhaps he should have learned from the Chinese. He made his intentions obvious and clear.
Yeah.
So it was easy to take pot shots at him.
Yeah. Chinese told nobody what they were doing.
They went insular, shut everybody out. And by the way, it's not the first time they've done it.
Yeah.
And when they emerged,
you didn't even know where they started from.
There's a force you can't stop.
Yes, you couldn't. Even now, it is being referred to as the second strongest economy in the world. The Chinese economy is the strongest. This second position, again, is a narrative.
Yeah.
But you see, those people are looking after their interests. Okay? And they ensure that their interests are looked after. If it means damning your interest and painting you in the worst possible light so that they can look better, they will do so.
Yes.
Yes. Now, when people complain about Western education, I sometimes wonder, look, give this thing a 360 look. When you have someone's education, you get to understand how they think. Why don't you use it to your own advantage? If you go to a certain country to study, you have a front row seat in understanding exactly how they go about their business. If there are things you need to pick up and things you need to imitate or emulate, if they are positive, there are European countries that do not practice this bare-knuckle capitalism that we see, say, in America. The Scandinavian countries. By all means, make money. By all means, you're going to share that money with the rest of
all of us will share it together.
Yes. In fact, we will tax it so that you can be very rich, but other people will be able to benefit because your wealth is actually garnered by the association of these other people. So they will benefit from it.
As a result of the people.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And when you look at the way they go about their business, that's why you find those countries have even sovereign funds.
Yeah, like Norway.
Yes, it's called a saving. Okay? And that saving is for a rainy day. Should their oil run out, should some natural resource that they have run out, they have something that their citizens can live on. That is thinking. But if you look at the history, it isn't very different from the rest of Europe. Those people used to kill each other.
Proper.
My friend, it's amazing they didn't kill all of each other.
City, as we talk about, if you look at Europe, the way they slaughtered each other, if you come to this continent, we actually haven't slaughtered each other.
Oh, what? We've just done some garden variety killing.
No, if you compare, if you compare the bloodbath that has happened between the Western countries among themselves as they look for control of power, or even when they're coming to Africa in making sure that that they have these protectorates and companies and whatnot. If you look at Kenya, Uganda, did we fight each other? Kenya, Tanzania? Not really.
No, among ourselves,
we've not done that. We've not done that. But one thing that we are not able to do today is to reason together, unite together, and push a common agenda moving forward.
But how do we get our people to respect and comply with the rule of law? Because that's where the West are ahead of us.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And that regardless of what this thing is, there is an understanding and that there's awareness of what the system in terms of the law requires you to do. So even if you are a thug,
you know
in the back of your head that, you know what, I'm actually not allowed, and that's why they will do it with some kind of fear. That I'm actually not allowed to openly rig an election, for example, or I'm not allowed to, run away with state resources and just behave as though that's mine. There's an understanding, there's an awareness that, this thing is here for all of us. That's why you have a welfare system that can work.
The thing about that's fascinating about them is that you will find that when they have authorities like, say, the police service or the military, the oversight bodies actually have real power.
Internal affair,
or they have real power. And they know they answer to probably their boss, but they know what their mandate is. They are very clear about it. So the check and balance is real. Ours, you are an independent entity created by law, and yet you are still looking for over your shoulders to ask if this independence is real
or not. I find myself perplexed a little bit, though, CT, because then I want to ask the question that if we can have conversations like this where we're asking ourselves, you know, what is it? What stops us from then being able to just, you know, follow that path? And I'm not saying mimic what others have done. I'm saying that it is very clear. It doesn't matter where you are. You have a semblance. You have an idea of what is right and wrong. Yes. You do. You know. Yeah. You know that this pot is for everybody, that I should not just go ahead and plunder the thing. You know that you can't just do whatever. You know. But you still go ahead and do it.
You've gotten to the heart of the matter. By what yardstick do we judge wrong and right?
Yes.
Wrong and right.
Wrong and right.
If it suits me and I can justify it,
then it's right.
With my community and supporters, then it can't be wrong.
It can't be wrong.
Yes.
If you attack me, you attack my community.
Yes. Meaning it's acceptable.
Yes.
But when you look at where the arena in which other people play in, if you attack anybody, regardless of who they are or where they're from, the system dictates that it is wrong. And that's what I'm saying. What is it that is so difficult for us to grasp?
And when it is wrong, it doesn't mean you're being picked on.
No, it's just wrong.
It's just wrong.
And we've all communally agreed that it is wrong.
Yes.
So are we at that point where we say together as different communities that we are, perhaps about time that we stood our ground and said wrong is wrong regardless of where it is you come from?
That's a journey that's ahead of us.
Idea.
But tutafika city. Me, I'm optimistic.
Oh, no. I do not doubt that we'll get there. In fact, sooner than we think, actually. Yes. In fact, the semblance of having arrived are there, just like there's a semblance of a reality that our guest has actually arrived.
It is true, and we will tell you when we come back from the break, because it is now 29 minutes to 8 o'clock, having that conversation. And we're going to look at public audit in a bit. Don't go away. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times this Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
8 minutes to 8 o'clock, and clicking into our conversation for this hour, nominated senator as well as chairperson on the Senate Standing Committee of Finance and Budget is Tabitha Mutinda Munene, and she is here now. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm all right. My sincere apologies. You know, this is not me.
It is not
coming late. Honestly, I'm sorry.
we shall not prolong that any longer.
Yes,
but thank you so much for coming either way. And you know, as they say, the day has broken, so we'll take what we can and move along with that.
Yes,
we'll take a minute to welcome you and allow you to settle down. CT has today's proverb, and he'll tell you where that is from, and then you can do a little interpretation for us.
Okay.
Our proverbs are from the Republic of Malawi. The day will come when cats have horns. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Okay. Do you want me to add?
No, you don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to, City. Actually, point is home. A day will come when cat have horns. This is clear. Definitely in terms of the generation, the Gen Z Alpha, the Gen Z Beta, the Gen Z that we have. One day, if we do not get to understand the conversation, if we do not get to understand how we need to communicate with them, then we'll be saying that they have horns. They've really become hard-headed, but that's not really the case. It's only maybe probably we did not create the understandability of how we need to engage with this young generation. That's my view.
Right. Okay.
You are spot on.
Indeed, you are.
Thank you.
Okay, jumping into it this morning, we're looking at, you stand in this position as a senator as well as the chair of the Senate Standing Committee.
The vice chair.
The vice chair, beg your pardon. Of the Senate Standing Committee on Budget, and we're looking at the public audit, of course, but we're also looking at the amendment bill specifically, and it seeks to amend the Public Finance Management Act, right? That's what it does. But at the same time, what it does also is that it seeks to reduce the amount of time for submissions on final statements of public entities from the 3 months after the end of the financial year to 1 month after the end of the financial year. Looking at that and the issues that it has caused, we've heard from Senate so many times that, here we are being asked to audit these things, here we are being asked to look at these numbers, and this thing happened months ago and was supposed to be current. So that's one of the things that this amendment seeks to do, to say, okay, look, the financial year has come to an end, 1 month. After 1 month, give us the numbers. Don't wait until 3 months down the line. How is that going to help anything?
No, thank you so much. And it's a very important bill, by the way, because this is the Office of the Auditor General is what really gives the status of any institution. And this bill is coming from the National Assembly, now it is in Senate. The main agenda of this bill actually is to amend the administration for the Office of the Auditor General. One, on the issue of the timeline, it's not actually to 1 month, but from 3 months to 2 months duration. But what is really being highlighted, the main change is mostly on the mandate of the Auditor General to undertake a forensic audit. It doesn't mean that he has to wait for that recommendation to come from either Parliament or from the county assemblies for them to be able to do a forensic audit. They can be able to conduct a forensic audit.
Okay.
It's coming to amend the administration in terms of how recruitments need to be done, because you realize now there's an advisory board that undertakes this. The bill also is coming to adjust the board. It's talking about having a member from the Institute of Human Resource, also a member from the Certified
Public Accountants,
and also Internal Auditors Institute, and removing a member from the Law Society of Kenya. Of course, queries will be asked like, why do we need to remove someone from the Law Society of Kenya? But the bill, you look at the bill, it's sort of explaining that an auditor, an AG also is an advocate, so represents the legal aspects of that particular institution, so hence the replacement. At the same time, you find that there's a loop. The law currently talks about you can only replace an Auditor General if they resign or if there's death. There's no any other condition, but the bill is bringing in a clause in terms of when the term expires, then there needs to be, a recruitment or a replacement. But at the moment, we do not have that. There's that loophole. And at the same time, also, when it comes to matters of human resource, the Office of the Auditor General will now be able to do forensic audit as far as the human resource is concerned in the different institutions, because that's where we've seen ghost workers being in place. But now with these new amendments, that will be the Office of the Auditor General will be able to undertake that, because now the law is there, and also Public Audit Fund that will be able to help them undertake their audits intensively.
So this new amendment bill has been criticized mostly because it is seen as though it is a bill that is coming to cut down the powers of the Auditor General. And it is seen as though with the changes that are happening, look at the powers that the Auditor General has to appoint and the changes that are happening, removing LSK and whatnot, it's seen as though there is a move by the government to interfere with the work of the Auditor General. Is that the case?
Thank you so much. I've always spoken and I've always said that the problem we have as a country is that most of the doings, which are within the mandate of the members of parliament, are always politically criticized, and at times we end up missing the point. But I want to thank you, SpiceFM, because you bring me in to be able to highlight. And let me tell you, actually this bill is giving more powers to the Office of the Auditor General. Remember, we are saying that, case example, and I've said there's no room, the only room that is there in terms of having a new Auditor General is during death or when they resign.
Right.
But there's a new clause coming in, says no, even when the term expires, then that protects that office. There's also more mandate in terms of recruitment of a senior deputy auditor general who deputizes the auditor general. We are saying the auditor general should be able to be part of the recruitment process. Currently, is the advisory board. We are saying the bill is talking about amendment of the advisory board. This then strengthens the office of the auditor general. Talk about the fund that is created also in this particular bill, then which assists the Auditor General to be able to run independently his or her own operations in that particular office. At the same time, the bill looks at the budget. If the budget is not sufficient, it allows that they table before Parliament both committees of budget, and then that will be looked into.
Right.
So where we are with this particular bill, it actually enhances the office of the Auditor General. It's nothing like a negative critique.
Okay.
Exactly.
So, Senator, let's look at the challenges that without this has posed historically. That if the Auditor General was to give, consolidated audits for the year, and that then comes before Senate for oversight. She most recently said, okay, well, this is what I have done. These are the discrepancies that I have found. These are the issues that I have noted. And what I'm doing now is giving it over to you, Parliament, to deal with. However Parliament decides to deal with it, then it's up to Parliament. Essentially, this is what she said just a month ago. How has this been dealt with before that could possibly give rise to now the thoughts for this amendment? What challenges have we faced previously that you would say it was necessary to do this?
Actually, what has been happening previously is that that power has been vested within Parliament, but not within the Office of the Auditor General. But right now, with this new with the bill, with these amendments, it now allows the Office of the Auditor General to be able to move further. To the independent bodies. Case example, the EACC. They can do now their own independent recommendations without waiting for Parliament to do so. And remember, Parliament or even, of course, the Office of the Auditor General, after recommendations, this now is within the mandate of the other bodies, the EACC, the DCI, who now undertake the investigations. And as we've seen, public officers being told to answer, sometimes being arrested or investigations being done. That is after these recommendations have taken place, because it is through those recommendations that these independent bodies can be able to take action. So further, it gives power to the Office of the Auditor General. And that's why I'm saying, at times there is what is looked at when it's a bill that is touching the Office of the Auditor General. The first thing is that, the Auditor General brought this out, so you want to really diminish his or her powers. That's not the case. Actually, it is strengthened because it's so sad. How we work by doing recommendations. I cannot go and arrest a governor. I cannot go and arrest a public officer. But the powers vested by me within Parliament as a member of that particular committee. As a committee, we sit and do recommendations, and now we forward to the relevant bodies. It is at this particular point that now they should take up and do further investigations, do forensic audit, because I'm not in a position to do forensic audit, but I'm in a position to do a recommendation if I feel that something is not really clear. And that is the only way we are going to ensure that we do I use the word minimize corruption, because it should not even be minimized in the first place. I mean, just fight it completely to 0% completely. This is the way to do it. If we do not strengthen this, and let me tell you, some of these decisions that you think as members we make that are just like for us, that's not the case. All these laws, there's no law for Mutinda. There's no law for CT. These are laws that govern all of us. So I always say when we're making the laws, just know that tomorrow this law might be used against you. But make a law that tomorrow it really brings a positive impact to our country.
There's something that there's a matter that very many independent government institutions complain about: resources. Are we therefore saying that this bill is going to give the Office of the Auditor General an independent budgetary allocation? Because Parliament has it. They have the Parliamentary Commission. The police now have it. The teacher service has had it for a long time. Are we saying that this is what is going to happen? And if this is already happening, how exactly is it maintained? How do we know that this is what happened? Because that same office has on occasion mentioned that they also have constraints, because if they lack the resources, it doesn't matter how expansive the mandate is, they will simply not be able to carry it out effectively.
Correct. Very important. And that's why I've said in the bill, two things. The bill is creating what we call the Public Audit Fund. And this fund is going to assist the Office of the Auditor General to be able to carry their operations as far as auditing is concerned. Further to that, the bill again allows the Office of the Auditor General to be able to, if the expenditures or if the budget is not sufficient, it allows that it tables it back to Parliament through the relevant committees of budget, so that we can be able to look at this, where are the gaps, and be able to recommend for additional funding. So it's giving the Office of the Auditor General more financial support so that they are able to carry their mandate. We've invited the Auditor General in our committees. You find that at times there are challenges even for human resource. Of course, then that is because of funding. They need to employ more people to the grassroots level, to the county level, so that this audit can be able to be concluded and concluded with time, so that in case of any gaps, recommendations can be done.
So what the bill So what the bill does is that it is making recommendations, or it's giving options. The bill essentially is then saying that the Auditor General can then go towards an investigative option. It is not saying that she or he shall. It is not. It is prescriptive. It is not mandative. Is it not? It is not saying that the Auditor General then, when he or she finds discrepancies or misappropriation or mismanagement, then must go towards any kind of investigative authority to ensure that the person or persons who were then found culpable in this matter then should be investigated. It still sounds to me as though the bill is a suggestion of what the Auditor General then can or will be able to do, but not what he or she must do. Am I wrong?
No, I was just actually trying to look at the clause, but I'm not getting this. But what the bill says, because we deliberated on it actually last week, it says shall. It gives now the Office of the Auditor General the power to move to the next level and now do the recommendations.
Okay.
Because what the law requires is recommending that this is what we've been able to flag out. This is the report as far as the audit is concerned. Kindly, the Office of the ESCC, investigate this further, because they're the ones mandated, they're the ones who'll be able to move in and, for example, do arrest or carry all these books and everything. So it's giving the office more power. Currently, that power is vested in Parliament, whereby we through the committees, we do the recommendations. But now it extends further to the Office of the Auditor General, which we say shall.
So allow me to ask then.
Yes.
It seems as though it then operates under the assumption that if the Auditor General currently had the powers of, recommendation for investigation, or even the powers to then go from where she sits, having found discrepancies, could go directly to the DCI, to the EACC and say, this is what I found, it's wrong, do something about it. That is the assumption that she would do that, and carries that assumption over to where this bill then is amended to say, well, since previously you didn't have the powers to, now we're saying that you have the powers to, but it is not looking at the fact that she may choose not to.
You see, it is what the bill is doing is giving the office the power. It is now the office to choose to exercise these powers or not to.
So then,
that is where we will be able to challenge and say, you have no excuse. You have the powers within the law, because currently, at times during our interactions with these different offices, independent offices, one of the excuses at times is, which you've noted, is that I do not have the power. The power is vested with you as members of Parliament. You have the powers. I do not have the power.
Okay.
My power is up to this level. Now we are saying we are giving you the power. Move to the next level and be able to move this recommendation to the next relevant office. And why are we saying that? Because we've seen the Office of the Auditor General highlighting and bringing out discrepancies within these financial books. And then Kenyans, of course, question. And what is the response? I've done my part. So we are saying now we are giving you more power. Move to the next level and be able to seek further clarification, so that people who have misused public funds can be brought to book. I've also talked about the human resource audit. Now there's the Office of the Auditor General is going to be given more powers to be able to conduct human resource forensic audit, so that these issues of ghost workers can be eliminated, dealt with.
So one of the areas that the bill as well seeks to address is when it comes to the audit of officers, say the military and the intelligence services. And this bill seeks to give powers to the Auditor General to be able to go into that and look at the budgetary practices. With that, in case and investigations, if it would be done, where then would the Auditor General go with regards to these two bodies, intelligence and defense?
If he does what? If he highlights that there are discrepancies within those independent bodies?
Yes.
The law protects the Office of the Auditor General. We are protected by the law, because if there are issues or if there are gaps that have been realized, the law allows the office to be able to perform their duties. So it is not limited to the fact that these are offices that are a bit sensitive, and then he or she will not be able to move for further investigation. So that should not be the case.
Does the bill give the Office of the Auditor General proper and full access to the books, say, from the military and the National Intelligence Services?
Not just to national and all that. The Office of the Auditor General mandate and responsibility is to do public audit, which is all government departments. It's not limited. There is nowhere in the Audit Act bill that talks about that they are going to audit these departments or sectoral departments of the government, and these ones should not be audited. That's not the case. Remember, funding comes from Parliament during the budget process. So these audits have to be conducted. So it's not limited to any. And remember, as I said earlier, the bill is coming from a point of whereby the Office of the Auditor General has highlighted gaps and misuse of funds in different public institutions. And then there has been a question of, then what next? This is what it's really trying to address by giving the Office of the Auditor General more power and also more financials, so that they can be able to maximally operate.
If from what we've said, that there has been a continuous highlight of these discrepancies, misappropriation, absorption, not seeing to optimal levels, etc., etc. These are things that have come from the Office of the Auditor General. Do you see that there is an appetite also from this office to make sure that these holes are closed? Do you think that the office is interested in sharing the numbers and stopping there, or is interested in going further?
We believe it is interested in going further. Because for such an office to be able to really get to the bottom and undertake such intense audits and bring them to light, any pride of any office is to ensure that the answers are gotten, and people who have misused funds, they are brought to book as required by law. So I believe it is in the interest of the Office of the Auditor General to go further, and also it is fair that way, such that that office will have an opportunity to be able to take these recommendations further, as much as Parliament has. But now, at least, if there are those recommendations that we missed out as Parliament, then the Office of the Auditor General will be able to ensure that they proceed forward and action is taken. Yes.
Okay.
There are, as well, at times during the budget processes, you find that there are offices that have confidential and private budgets allocated to them.
They're called classified budgets.
Classified budgets. Yeah. So when these classified budgets come along, does this specific bill give powers to go look into these classified budgets? Because then again, you say they are funded by the public. That means the Auditor General's office needs to go into them, but from the word go, they are classified.
Are we?
May I assist you here?
Okay.
Okay. There is a National Intelligence Service Act of 2012. It actually limits the degree to which even Parliament can investigate a spending of security services. It does not mean it doesn't. There are elements within that budget that cannot be disclosed, and the reason is for national security reasons. It is that. So anytime you will investigate, the fallback will be that particular act. Yes, and they are within their right to claim so. But it doesn't mean that everything that is within the budget cannot be audited. No. There are things which can be audited. Now, it's a question of whether you understand what can be audited and what cannot. But what they do not want audited, they will look and say, look, this is where we are with this thing. And with good reason. It is not a Kenyan practice. It is an international practice all over the world.
On the same city, there are concerns with regards to opaque budgeting practices with regard to that specific law that you put in place, because there's concern that monies are being lied or are being hidden, or there is misappropriation of funds through that specific act.
Please don't forget mismanagement.
So which then brings the question in regards to the Auditor General being able to be given access, because then how would you ensure that public fund is spent if someone is hiding behind this law and mismanaging through this law?
So, Senator, does that remove completely the role then of Senate in terms of oversight when the powers of the Auditor General then are increased towards recommendation, towards investigation?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all, because, as I said earlier, it's actually giving the office more powers. It doesn't amend the powers of Parliament. There's nowhere, there's another amendment saying that then we should not do recommendations. It's actually enhancing another independent body, institution, to be able to hasten these recommendations. So it's actually a plus even to us as Parliament, because now it brings in this synergy to be able to bring the culprits to book, as required.
So even as we get through to this, so we're getting into the fiscal year comes to an end, in the next couple of months.
Sure.
Budget is going to be read in June. Is Senate, as an oversight body, comfortable with, number one, reports, whether it's a public speculation, perception of how the budget year 2024-2025 has gone? We're getting into another one. Is there comfortability across board?
No. I'll be very honest and say completely no. And I'm talking from actually more specifically on the equitable share for county governments. Our proposal during the PBS was 465 billion. The National Assembly is proposing about 405, and that's where we, of course, as I said, as Senate, we have problems. We are not agreeing. National Assembly also, the Committee of Finance has also dilly-dallied on the issue of the last audited accounts. The law is clear, saying that the 15% for the county government should be from the last audited reports. We are in 2025, for Christ's sake, but the last audited reports are for about 2023.
Yes,
and you look at the revenue, it is of course less compared to right now where we are, and also that now brings a challenge. Counties are not able to get funds as per our recommendation in Senate, so there's a gap. We are not happy, but we hope, because we've really brought this to book, we've really highlighted this. Yesterday with the other committee that I sit for health, we had the Secretary General for PMDU, and they were raising concerns as far as the salaries for doctors, salaries, stipends for UHC are concerned. And the COG responds and talks about the challenges they have as far as funding is concerned. So it's until we ensure that we give county governments what, as the Finance and Budget Committee, we've been able to recommend.
Sure.
Where we are now looking at the fourth basis formula. Which is what we really are on. We are really behind time, but we've received recommendations and from the different stakeholders, especially CRA, also COG proposal, also from the Ministry of Treasury. This is what we are really trying to look at, so that we ensure counties do not lose their allocations. But I keep on telling the county governors, as much as we are fighting to give you more funding, also ensure that you clear your pending bills.
Absolutely.
And at the same time, let us stop seeing all these corruptions that are being highlighted. The other day we saw in Machakos, I mean, I don't know, from the floor, money, wrapped and in sacks. It's really sad. And from where I sit, I advocate for more funding, and yet,
and this is
so
happening.
Let them pull up their socks.
Absolutely. It's good to have these conversations. It's good to put these things in the public, and hopefully an opportunity for you to come back and share exactly the goings on in the future. Asante Sana. Senator Tabitha Mutunde Munene is a nominated Senator and Vice Chair of the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, and has been our guest this hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Police in Eldoret are holding a 34-year-old man accused of pretending to be a General Service Unit officer attached to President William Ruto's mother. Posing as a GSU officer, he is said to have demanded 400,000 Kenya shillings from his victim with a promise to enlist his orphan relative in the forthcoming Kenya Prison Service nationwide mass recruitment exercise. The suspect, who is a father of 3, was arrested in Eldoret town by the help of members of the public. He'll be arraigned today at an Eldoret court. 4 suspects who pleaded guilty before the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport Court in a case involving the illegal trafficking of live ants will know their fate today. The prosecution, led by Alan Mulama and Paula Rono, told the court that the Belgians Lono David and Sepe Lodejek were arrested on April 5th at a guest house in Naivasha, Nakuru County. The two were found in possession of approximately 5,000 live queen ants stored in 2,244 tubes with an estimated street value of 1 million shillings. In a separate but related case, Vietnamese national Du Hang Nguyen and Kenyan national Dennis Nganga were charged with illegal possession and trade of around 400 live queen ants valued at 200,000 Kenya shillings. The offence is reported to have occurred between April 5th and 6th in Nairobi's Central Business District and Syokimau. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi is expected to attend the Sudan conference in London on the 2-year anniversary of the Sudan conflict. Mudavadi is expected to present Kenya's position on regional peace and security in the Greater Horn of Africa, particularly the conflict-ridden Sudan. During the meeting, Mudavadi will affirm that Kenya supports a unified Sudan for the people of Sudan, advocates for a Sudanese-owned political process with a supportive role of external actors, and Kenya's opposition to using military solutions to address a political dispute. Ahead of the meeting, UK has called for an urgent Security Council meeting to address the deteriorating situation in Sudan. Now, some border operators in Trans Nzoia County have urged the national chairman of the Association of Border Operators, Kevin Mubadi, to streamline the registration of social groups of motorcycle operators to eliminate confusion when issuing certificates to these groups. Matisi Ward Chairman Harrison Nyongesa believes that doing so will shed light on who is really the leader of the border operators.
Naitwa Harrison Nyongesa, chairman ya bodaboda wodi ya Matisi. Nataka nimuulize bwana chairman ya bodaboda wa national. Kuna zile certificate zenye sisi tuko nazo za social service na kuna zile certificate zenye zinakuja za BAK. Certificate ya social service wanasema hiyo si certificate ya group. Ya BAK ndio certificate ya group. Mimi nataka niulize, nimeletewa certificate ya BAK ya bodaboda wodi ya Matisi. Niko nayo kwa nyumba. Kesho utaona tena kuna mwingine ana appoint kiongozi mwingine analeta tena anaundia hiyo BAK. Nataka niulize, hii certificate ya BAK ni ya haki ama si ya haki? Ombi langu kwa viongozi wa siasa, hakuna mrengo inatokea ndani ya bodaboda. Viongozi wa siasa, nyinyi ndio mnakuja kugawanyisha bodaboda.
For hard-hitting, bold and stimulating discussions, keep it Spice FM. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, let's see how this may have changed with traffic around the city this morning. And getting a few minutes after 8 o'clock, it is pretty busy as you come off of the Thika Superhighway. Heavy traffic coming in through towards Survey and then also on Kiambu Road. There is some traffic also on Limuru Road as well. And we're seeing some of that then getting in pretty heavy through towards Westlands, and this coming off of Waiyaki Way. Langata Road is just a little bit busy, and there is quite some traffic coming off of Ombaso Road going towards Next Gen. We know that there's heavy traffic coming in from Syokimau. It is very busy because that construction, we thought it would just be overnight, but hey, why don't we do it during the day when everybody's on the road? No better idea than that. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how it progresses, guys. It's going to be a sticky morning, but let's keep our wits about. We'll talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and getting into one that is necessary for us to absolutely have. And even as we do, our guest is seated in the hot seat, and great to have her here. and that she said spared some moments to have this conversation with us this morning. The president of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Odhiambo, is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well.
Looking lovely as usual, and your plate is ever as full, I'm sure.
As always.
As always. But glad to have you here this morning.
Glad to be here.
And looking at a number of conversations, but one that has actually gripped a lot of the space that we are in, regardless of how much we pay attention to it. But before we get into that, for your interpretation, CT has a proverb. He'll tell you where it's from this week, and then he'll tell you what that is, and we'd love to hear what your interpretation of that would be.
Right. Our proverbs are from the Republic of Malawi. The day will come when cats have horns.
That's an interesting one. Cats will have horns.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, I'm trying to look for an African analogy that makes sense. Cats having horns. I'm wondering why.
Why would they have horns?
Why would they have horns? And unless it's closer to analogy that when hens will fly. I think my interpretation would be there comes a time when even the most meek will one day rise up and also take up arms against oppression. That would be my analogy of the same.
We're freedom fighting today, are we?
Absolutely. The meekest of them will rise up one day. Absolutely. I think so. Interpretation is great, isn't it? Because then it's yours. Yeah. And then it actually then has a way of finding meaning for some folks. So I think that's awesome. Some things, however, that are not rested on just your opinion is the rule of law, right?
Yeah.
And across arms of government, that you don't really have a choice when it comes to certain things, whether you're in the executive, whether you're in the legislature, whether you're in the judiciary, that there is a set guideline so long as you're within an organized nation state and that you have a constitution which may be implemented as the days go by, but that overall you have some law that governs you. So you're not exempt and you can't give your opinion about whether you're going to follow it or not.
Yeah.
Sadly and unfortunately, as then contributes to our conversation this morning, is that in terms of living by the rule of law, we seem to have a number of gaps. And it's interesting because you have been at the forefront of then trying to plug some of these holes over the last many months. I'd like to get an overview, first of all, from you in terms of things that you see when it comes to the application of the rule of law across the country, and where are we failing?
Well, I would say let's just start with the things that were happening last week. I was away. And while I was away, I was amazed on what was happening in the country. We have this conversation now going on that we should not use plays to politicize, particularly children in a school institution, but at the same time, the question of right to expression and also the question of use of force and independence of the National Police Service comes into question. Because I asked myself this question in light of, the children executing a play, are they allowed to express a political position or express the actual current situation in the country? And, you know, the hypocrisy of it all is all our set books have been based on political situations that happen not only in our nation, but other nations. From, I did the Mine Boy in my first year and that in high school, and that was a depiction of apartheid in South Africa.
Right.
To date, and books of Ken Walibora, just a depiction of what was going on in the country. And majority of set books are based on the political situation. So children engaging in expression of art is a reality of the situation that is going on in the country. And maybe them engaging, focusing on one side vis-a-vis another should be, that's expression of what they want to do or engage in. And it's can only be what it is, an expression and a play. What is more worrying for us as a country and a nation is what is the independence of the National Police Service? What are the police doing there? First of all, creating the element of fear instead of ensuring security for those children, and the attacks and tear gassing of school children.
Right.
And this is something that the nation frowns greatly upon, and even as the Law Society, we don't take this lying down, because these are young girls who should be getting protection, and yet this is what they are being met. And unfortunately, the National Police Service have continued to fail the people of Kenya. Because from situations of, I would say even the country is talking about femicide and gender-based violence, but here police using excessive use of force to children. And talking at the backdrop, when the Human Rights Day, when women came out on the streets, they were met by tear gas and the same use of violence. I think as a nation and as a people, we need to ask ourselves some hard questions, and also hard questions need to be asked upon the National Police Service. And also what is quite disquieting is seeing the scores of conversations by politicians on that particular subject, because people are trivializing and focusing on an individual politician and about the play instead of looking at also the greater question. Why were tear gas lobbied against children? What protection ought to have been given to those children at that particular time? And what action has since been taken? We have not yet seen any statement, or at least I have not seen any statement from IPOA talking about the investigation that is being done and what they ought to do in terms of ensuring that that never happens again in our country. And so I say, looking at the spectrum, disobedience of court orders is also at the heart of it, which is the heartbeat of a lot of problems in our country. Today we have executive cherry picking which court orders to obey and which not to obey. And that's a very sad analogy of what's happening in our country, because if you cannot obey court orders, then it means that we are going back to kangaroo days and right is might. And these are the things that we've been saying as a country we are not going to allow. That court orders are only as good as those that it suits. And just looking at the political tensions that continue striving, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, whether it's in a play, whether it's on social media, whether it's on different fora, freedom of expression continues to be frowned upon by those, the powers that be. And yet no action is being taken on those who express themselves that harm others vis-a-vis they give statements that are beneficial to government. And I would say this also...
Why though? This is the thing, because it seems as though it's paradoxical just looking at it, that freedoms then are not honoured, but those who then trample on those freedoms, glaringly so. I mean, it's not conjecture, it's clear that those freedoms are being trampled on, but they're not brought to book or held accountable by anybody. And those who speak against that action then are, if anything, castigated, or ignored. If the LSK were to stand up today and say, we highly condemn this that is going on, that these individuals must be brought to book, again, it seems as though it's a mere suggestion in the face of those who should do something about it. Why?
And it's unfortunate because it's a trend that is taking shape, and that's why we continue to raise our voice, and where we can, we go to court. Because I think that's the only language, and unless there's also pushback from different other institutions calling out the same, then there's nothing that is being done. And I'd say this also at the BOCREP, that we have institutions that this is their responsibility and their role. We have the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, which we continue to see leaders who have continued to spew hate speech, particularly at the the defenseless, continue to roam the streets, continue to talk nonsense on public fora, and yet nothing is being done to them. They continue to speak in funerals, in churches, in different functions, and yet nothing is being done to them. And yet when certain individuals post on social media or speak on different forums, you see the law cracking down on them. And even the cyberbullying law, you see it's used to cherry pick when to action on it and when not to action on it. And for me, it's a question of, even as we talk about the three arms of government, what are we doing as a nation? Because unless the courts also take a very bold step in how they're applying the law and in terms of being tough as they apply on the law, then executive will never take seriously the position, the rule of law. You see, unless the same arm of government that is coming before you seeking orders before you, yet at the same time they are refusing to obey the very court orders before your honorable court. And I say this at the backdrop because this case, the High Court already ruled upon it. You remember the case of the DIG when the DIG refused to appear before court.
Yes.
The court issued orders, even of custodial orders, only for him to appear, and then the court just decides to vacate the orders, then recuse itself. I'm like, that's so paradoxical. You can't say that you no longer have jurisdiction, then you vacate the orders. It also shows, not in a bad way, but some level of judicial cowardice. And this extent of, when we see court orders, I normally also see a lot of people saying, oh, Sha, LSK, you're not doing anything. But we're in court on Sha. But people are forgetting their court orders, giving the government time to try and rectify. But as he tries to rectify, in the meantime, they continue to collect monies. They continue to make the mistakes. We're seeing the CS coming out saying, oh, he has discovered fraud and this has been going on. And the funny thing, there was a CS on that docket. What has happened to that CS? What has happened to those PSs? Nothing. And this same PS has been moved to a different docket. So if it's incompetence, it's been moved from one docket to another. Or if the investigations, if they're finding out fraud, who is being held accountable in terms of leadership? Who is, even if you're saying the CS is not the accounting officer, isn't there an accounting officer in that ministry? What action is being taken? So you want to treat Kenyans to stories and saying, now you've discovered this, now you're cracking down, now you're doing this. But who is being held accountable? The problem with our country is there's no enforcement. We have very nice laws, we have very nice policies, but there's little to no interest in terms of enforcement of the law, enforcement of these policies that we have set in place. We've continued to see now called the Integrity Sisters coming out under very tough political criticism, the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Controller of Budget, which are now seen as the two officers that are calling out, that are being able to identify different areas of government misspending, where there is abuse of public procurement, so many issues being brought out, and they continue to face criticism instead of, questioning what's going wrong. Have they tabled the correct report? Let us do an investigation. Let us be able to establish what is not happening in this sector, in this sector, in this sector. All we see is a lot of noise and foray to try and cover the reality of what is going on, instead of as a nation cracking down and enforcing. Because the moment we start enforcing is the moment people will start listening.
Okay. One would ask about no enforcement. One would say it is a deliberate decision not to enforce, because we talk about, say, court orders have been issued to a DIG 7 times. They decide not to appear. And a warrant of arrest is issued by a court for him to be arrested by his juniors. You know what I mean? Then we look at even recently during that play, there is the aspect of a court order has been issued. It is given to a police officer who's supposed to respect that court order and enforce it. But again, they fail to enforce it. And recently I was having a conversation with a certain police officer. There's a gentleman who was taken to court. Someone says have been issued, and he decides not to go there. I listened to that gentleman saying, I will not go to court. What Niambia, which goes to show that Kenyans as well are picking up on what the government is doing and the examples that they are giving out there, which begs the question, what precedence is the government setting to Kenyans with regard to respecting the rule of law?
Well, if you're waiting for the executive to give you any precedence, then I think as a nation we're going to fail miserably, because I don't think they'll give us any good precedence to that regard. However, we have the three arms of government, and as we talk about the three arms of government, the executive controls money. I think if we say money controls everything, they control money. And unfortunately, the National Police Service is supposed to be independent. They seemingly what we continue to see is that it's also now an appendage of the executive. Now, the question is, what are the role of the other arms of government? Let's start with the court orders. You see, the court has the option of refusing to grant you audience, at least if it's on the same case. And still, the court orders can still hold account. You know, people forget that offices are not perpetual. You will leave that office at some particular point. And I love the decision of Justice Odunga when as a High Court judge, when he issued orders against Kinoti then, and he stated that if this is not effected now, when he leaves office, these orders will still be effected. And that's when he realized the seriousness of those orders and he went to the Court of Appeal. And so you may think that you're above the law now, but there comes a point when you're held accountable. We have seen in other nations, in other countries, the moment certain heads of state leave offices, they are arrested and they are tried and they are jailed. And so even these individuals who think they are above the law should not stop the courts from continuing to issue orders. We have seen the summons that courts have issued in cases that were filed habeas corpus to hold individuals accountable, particularly on the abductions, have enabled us save a lot of lives. A lot of individuals have been set free. Even if the court said, even if they say they are self-abducted, whatever nonsense they say, at the end of the day, the aim is to save those lives, is to get them out. And that's what happens. And if the courts were reluctant to issue those orders, then you do not know how long those individuals would be held, and even if they would ever come back. And so the court should continue doing its work and doing them zealously. And at some point also, the courts have teeth, because when they issue custodial orders, it makes an individual realize that I will be held accountable as an individual. Right. There is no collective responsibility. And that's why even as we look into the case of Baby Pendo coming up, for us it's a big milestone that if we can hold individual police officers accountable, then they will start thinking and note that you may say that you are under command responsibility, but when you're found under the law, then you will face the full force of the law as an individual.
Yeah.
Now, look at the role of Parliament as well. I really say that maybe it may be unpopular, but I think certain roles that have since been given to parliamentarians that have made them comfortable should be removed. I really believe that this fund, even that they get towards
development of the constituency.
Yeah, development of the constituency should go to the governors. They should be focused on oversight so that they can oversight on the government as well as the different institutions, because Parliament has that power. They review the budget. As much as you say government has control of the finances, but they review that budget. It has to come through Parliament. Parliament has the right to ask the hard questions, to make the decision and stop the government and put it on its tracks, to ask hard questions. Where is this money? Recover this money fast. We are not going to allocate you this amount of money. And that's the kind of oversight that the people of Kenya would want to see, so that we can say that our parliament is actually asking the hard questions. Even as we have appointees of CSs and PSs, and it's unfortunate for me to say, but yesterday I saw this comment and people have been tagging me on it. And when the CS, who is going to be the CS of gender, says that these girls are getting raped because the ones who are educated,
they're looking for money.
They're looking for money. It is the most irresponsible statement I've ever had, and unfortunately from a female, that you can say the reason people are getting killed, being maimed. We have situations where husbands have killed their wives and cut them into pieces. What money was she looking for? Students who have been killed by their fellow colleagues because they have rejected them.
Absolutely.
If that's the kind of attitude an office bearer is having, and Parliament does not see the problem, and a task force has been set to analyze and also propose changes, that's the kind of attitude we continue to see in our police, in the gender desks. When people come to ask for help and you're told the reason you were raped is because you went to look for money, or this was a relationship, now it stands, so now you're coming to report. This kind of irresponsible attitude, if you're having at the helm of an institution, of a ministry that should head and protect, then I see the greater failure is not just on the executive, it's also on our legislature.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of instances, we see the Gen Zs wanted to recall a lot of their members of parliament because of failure of oversight. Your role is to ask the hard question, is to interrogate. Take the reports that are done by the Auditor General and interrogate them. Let's have proper investigations done. When we see even governors coming for vetting and things are not interrogated fully, it raises also hard questions. And even when we have members of parliament saying they will not be bound by court orders, you see, this shows it's a stark fallacy on, them sticking to their lanes in terms of the three arms of government. But I say the judiciary is not hamstrung or it's not tied, because at the end of the day, these arms of government still rely on the judiciary.
Did we get it wrong from the beginning? Because I hear the words in my head ringing, partisan. How can we expect somebody who is from the get-go already partisan to then make decisions or ask the hard questions or push for investigation or sit on the bench and make a ruling that is clear about what the status quo should actually be if they're partisan from the beginning? We've heard words like capture, parliament, the legislature having been captured by the executive, members of the judiciary, again, in the same place. How do we then say that the rule of law will be followed if people are already partisan?
I would say that's where it comes to public participation. I really love that word now. Irrespective of how our courts will continue to construe it, some ways I feel is quite unfortunate when you renege or take back the power of the people in terms of public participation, but also public activism. You've seen it's only because of the public activism against SHA and the outcries. I forget the lady's name who was caught on camera.
Yes.
Going to the CS's office, and also when she was arrested at a hospital. It brought to the public outcry the challenges that people were having, and it made Parliament sit and relook. I would say it in simpler terms, there are some shame news that come out that even if you want to cover, there's no way to cover.
Yeah.
And they had to sit down and start reevaluating, and the greatest choir masters at that particular time for sure were outstandingly seen questioning SHA and talking about what needs to be done now and asking the ministry now tough questions that they were not willing to ask before. So I always say that as a nation, as a country, Kenya has had leaps and bounds, and it's not just public activism and public participation, but also the public interest litigations that are done that also aid, because the courts cannot move themselves, but people can move the courts. And by, filing and challenging and questioning, I would say I don't believe in this, in galvanizing and saying all judges are bad. We have good judges, or rather fair judges, who will interrogate the questions and, we will now be able to discuss and make the hard questions hard and make government review its position.
Would you say that these judges who are fair are in a majority?
Well, the public opinion right now feels that they are not in a majority. Yeah. I think that's the crisis the judiciary is having right now, is convincing the people of Kenya that you'll get fairness. When people already feel that there's a particular set of court that the moment government has a case that decisions will always be made to a certain direction. It's quite sad for us as a nation and as a country, and that's why as a law society we'll continue to push and ask hard questions and demand for judicial independence. And why I say that is because the judiciary remains our last line of defense.
But I thought they had the independence.
Well, the independence would say to a certain extent. The judiciary fund to date has never been actualized. So how do you say they can totally have independence, yet they cannot control their own budget?
I was going to ask, how would independence look like?
Independence would look like, let's start seeing transparency in decision-making processes and also processes in how judges their decisions are reviewed in terms of when you file a complaint against a judicial officer. Let's see a transparent and open process from the time the complaint is made. As a complainant, you do not want to wait and hear. You just get a notification. The file was closed because there was no sufficient evidence, or the tribunal found that there was no sufficient. On what basis? Because every arbiter, you need a fair trial. I need to see a proper decision. I was called, I got to proffer my case, then you made this decision and closed it. But I was involved in the entire process. But when people don't get that satisfaction, then there is the same opaqueness that we challenge the executive for opaqueness in decision making, is the same opaqueness that we see.
Indeed.
So if you want to get back confidence as a judiciary, we need to be able to feel that, fine, I filed my matter, I lost it, that is okay. That is telling somebody to appeal. It may seem quite easy, but just look at even the court filing fees at the Court of Appeal. It's exorbitant. Telling a member of the public just appeal. And most appeal cases, particularly civil, are not cheap. So if I sold my piece of land to fight, one part to fight to maintain my inheritance, then it's taken away. Where will I get something else to sell, to fight, to file at the Court of Appeal if the judge was biased? And we all cover it now that this is judicial independence, decisional independence.
Indeed.
You know, sometimes the devil is in the details in the decisions, and that is where you see corruption. In the decision that makes no sense, that is not based on law, but you tell an individual that go and appeal.
Okay, I want us to take a break and we'll come back because we're looking at all arms of government here and we're talking about the rule of law and its implementation. We're going to come back and look at the judiciary just a little bit because it would appear as though, even at the judiciary level, you can stop investigations from going on even when somebody then has said something, and then one must ask, okay, even at this level, if you stop it, is that also that the law is a suggestion in terms of what should happen to you? And here you are as a judicial officer with a high level of responsibility. What happens there? We'll come back and we'll discuss these things. We are in the studio today with the president of the Law Society of Kenya. Faith Odhiambo is our guest. These conversations continue after the short break. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning at 17. It's 17 and sunny into Nakuru and 18 and sunny in Nyeri. Eldoret at 18 is sunny with sunny conditions at 28 in Mombasa, and Malindi will be sunny through Tuesday, currently at 28. The sun is up at 22 in Kisumu and sunny at 20 in Kakamega. Sunny conditions at 21 in Kampala, while the Dar es Salaam skies will be sunny at 24. It is sunny at 15 in Johannesburg, while 29 in Mogadishu and partly sunny at 16 in Addis Ababa. It's clear in Lagos at 27 and partly sunny at 24 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
Okay, it's busy on Milo Dingo Way. It's getting through towards the junction with Ngong Road, and that's busy getting into the city on Uhuru Highway, all the way from Ombaso Road, which in turn is coming in heavy through towards Capital Centre, out towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout. Very, very busy. And the Eastern Bypass also giving traffic through towards the Cabanas interchange. Really, everywhere you look this morning, it is very busy. The Thika Superhighway coming in from Githurai, you'll be fine, and then you get towards Garden City and then out towards the Allsops Junction. Busy here as well. And we're also seeing the same thing starting to form on Limuru Road, Wayaki Way, and then also coming off of Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley. We're in traffic hour. It continues. Let's try to keep things moving and talk to each other. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 22 minutes to 9 o'clock, and in the hot seat this morning is Faith Odhiambo, the president of the Law Society of Kenya. We're looking at the rule of law and its application across the arms of government, whereby things would have been a suggestion in some cases and not taking the law seriously. I mean, for lack of a better word. But if we come off the break talking about, issues to do with the judiciary, and whereby there's been public furor lately about, okay, so then how can we trust the folks that we take these cases to be able to sort out things for citizenry? Why would a judicial officer stop an investigation about their conduct if there was nothing wrong with what they have done? Why do we see that they're able to use those powers to stop investigation by the EACC or the DCI to say, well, you're not going to hold on that for a minute? What is the merit of such an action, and what does it portend?
Well, I would say this, we are living the realities of the problems that we have created for ourselves. At the backdrop when sometimes the DCI is used for political purposes and to arm twist, and we have seen instances before even EACC being used for the same ambit, then you'll find the judiciary will also self-protect, because there's that reality that, institutions can be used for purposes of trying to twist you to follow a certain line or follow in a certain direction in terms of the independence in the decisions as a judiciary that you make. And the problem, I think, was the process that was used or that was raised. But I also say in support of EACC is that to what extent are you able to disclose, even as you carry out investigation, that we're investigating this person who may be your colleague? It's for them, it's a very hard balancing, because if I know you're my friend and you're coming to arrest my friend, wouldn't that bias be there, that I would try and protect my friend from prosecution, or protect my friend from orders from being issued against my friend that may end up harming the individual? And the delicate line is, when is it a fishing expedition that is being done?
Right. And
to what extent is the EACC mandated? Is the EACC doing the right thing? And I think that's unfortunately the delicate line. And the reality is we need to also look harder and also see institutions challenging such decisions, because today we are living in very interesting times when if the same judiciary you come before can stop any investigations from happening to any of its members, then the question is, if the judiciary goes rogue, who reels in that judiciary? Because if the same independent institutions seek to investigate and you stop and you issue orders stopping, then how will any investigations be done? How will people ever know the veracity of any accusations or not? And we now have a situation like we used to have of politicians, where the moment a politician is charged, they run, the EACC arrests them or captures any assets. They run to the same courts to get orders stopping the investigation or anything happening further in that matter. And so that's we are living the reality of the problems that we've created for ourselves over time. But it's also a worrying trend that if that's the position that will be taken on all matters, because we have seen judicial officers being tried, but I would say some of them, other measures had to be carried out to ensure that evidence was recorded against them on their conduct, catching them directly, and also the court of public opinion could not condone to have such individuals in office.
Yeah.
And the question is that the judiciary must grapple with is if that is the hard stance that they take, and particularly if it's taken on most matters or all matters touching on judicial officers, then it will come a time that the citizenry will feel that there needs to be other measures taken to get these individuals out of office.
Right.
Because we cannot, the same institution that we are relying to uphold the rule of law must also apply that same rule of law to themselves.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I agree, and let me ask this question then. In our courts of law, do judges bring the cases to themselves, or are they brought to them by lawyers?
Well, they're brought to them by lawyers.
So if indeed something arises that brings about the discussion of bribery, are lawyers not involved?
A lawyer is involved, but let me remind you, a lawyer is an advocate for his client. A lawyer does not proffer his own case. It is a client that proffers the case through his lawyers. But then again, even on the question of bribery, I would say that I don't vindicate the legal profession. There are individuals that are known in our legal profession that people call out and have continued to call out, and some face disciplinary, as if you get the evidence, have been facing disciplinary. Because the question is, you see, when the secret is between the lawyer, the judge, and the client, there has to be one dissatisfied party, as we see in government exposes. That's why we have the government scandals, because there's a dissatisfied party in that cartel that is unhappy and ends up exposing the information. So there are lawyers that people continue to call out, and the ones that evidence is there's disciplinary action. But I'd say that as much as even advocates, we hold them accountable, I've seen situations that even a lawyer is not needed. Some go directly to the client, particularly when they see the net worth of the client and they see potential. They look for agents to reach out directly to the client. So there are situations that even I know seniors have recused themselves from handling certain matters because our client has been reached out directly. And the unfortunate part is some even now want to negotiate their fees now that they say, why should I pay you when I have bought the judge? So those are the harder questions. Yes, we don't vindicate the legal profession, those who are involved, but there are situations where there's direct involvement. And for me, I say even the higher onus is on the bench. If you take an oath of office to dispense justice without fear of favor or without any other influence, then you must take that oath of office seriously. On this side, this oath of office to dispense justice, the person who affects people the most is that judge, who will affect families, who will affect lives, who will affect communities, because you are deemed as the neutral arbiter to make a decision that affects a nation, affects a people, affects, the life of somebody. And so the greater onus is those who purport to say they are clean. If you say you're white as snow, be ready to be tried and tested for claiming that you're white and snow.
You don't have to ask this question, Madam President. We've seen situations in this country where people who practice law, the advocates, are appointed to the bench. How is it then that the determination is made as to who to appoint? Because again, from the public purview, we hear of individuals who, as lawyers, were known to be as dodgy as hell. And yet, they end up being judges. So now, if the fellow was a dodgy lawyer, what makes us think that he will not be a dodgy judge?
I think, City, and let me just top up on that. And in the event that a dodgy lawyer has been appointed as a judge, what powers does LSK have in terms of revoking their practicing license, just so we have a clean bench?
Well, you see, once you join the bench, you don't take out, or those who take out, it's just merely to keep their connections to the bar, but you're not bound to take, because you're not practicing. You take out a practicing certificate because you're practicing. The question...
being in the bench isn't practicing?
No, you're not practicing.
What are you doing?
Not as a lawyer.
You're not practicing as a lawyer.
Oh, no. No. Explain the difference. You are both purveyors of the law.
Yes.
Okay. One adjudicates.
Yes.
And the other one?
The other one is arguing proffering the case of the client.
All right. But it is the law that unites you.
Yes.
So, in the process of carrying out your mandate, you are saying judges do not need licensure.
They don't need license. They don't take license. Even as per our law and our act, we only regulate advocates. Okay. We don't regulate. They have the Judicial Service Commission to deal with that.
And you don't see a gap there?
I would say that the gap is filled because we have representatives in the Judicial Service Commission. We have a male rep and a female rep that represents us in the Judicial Service Commission that is supposed to represent the views of the Law Society of Kenya. And so their aim is to oversee and raise any concerns that we may have. And so even as I asked to jump to your question in terms of why... a dodgy lawyer who becomes then a judge, what makes them change? The question is, what is the kind of vetting system that is done at the Judicial Service Commission? And that brings also questions because there have been accusations in the process on even appointment of judges. And those are now the questions that what are the transparent processes that are done? As the Law Society, you can raise concerns, you can file memorandum against any individual judicial officer who is going for an interview, and some we have seen because of representations that have been made have not made it. However, some is the reality is, irrespective of representations, you still starkly find them landing in the bench. And let me clear this notion. Even if they're the dodgy lawyers that end up in the bench, a majority who are in the bench are picked from within the judiciary, and that's a fight we continue having with JSC. There is no equality in terms of recruitment of judges or magistrate, yes, but judges, there's no equality in terms of they take more of judicial officers and promote them in the bench than taking those from outside. And I say that sometimes a mix is good because you have old hands that you're used to who probably are used to the status quo and system. Sometimes you need to mix with new hands who can change the trajectory of how things are traditionally done. And sometimes it helps in uncovering corruption and it helps in uncovering cartels, because when you have new individuals coming in and we hope the vetting is done in a proper way, because they say they seek representations not only from the legal profession but from various agencies. And I've seen the Chief Justice asking for assistance from the EACC and asking assistance from NIS in terms of collating information against on individuals on corruption. So if they get all that information, the question is, how do then the JSC end up appointing those dodgy lawyers? Because if you have all the valid information, unless you also compromised in the process in which you are appointing, then you cannot blame us on this side, because you got all the information. We don't get information, access to such information. So we can only base it based on complaints that are given in the different, by your colleagues that you've dealt with, or by your chapters under the Law Society, and we table them if you're coming up for an interview. But the Judicial Service Commission that gets all this information, the question is, what do they do with it? How do they transparently take up new members to join the bench or promote them? That will ensure that we don't continue having, because the aim of the JSC was to not just deal with the issue of appointment, but even the corruption that creeps in over time. They should be able to evaluate based on complaints and have a transparent process system that works, because the greater feeling of a majority of the public is that when you complain, you will get later on an automated message that comes that this file was closed because of insufficient evidence. But you feel greatly based on the evidence that you table, based on also the guidance you receive from your advocate, that this bench was compromised or this judicial officer was compromised. So what happens? What investigation is done?
So those judicial waters are fairly muddied, aren't they?
Yeah. Well,
Given that what you deal with on a daily basis are muddied waters anyway. Yes.
Anyway.
Yes.
But I say that the Judicial Service Commission needs to up their game in terms of looking at reviewing a lot of the conduct. And it'll come a point that we'll stop saying decisions are judicial independence and decisional independence. Because if we continue to cover everything under decisional independence, then we'll never capture the corruption.
Right. Because
some decisions are quite stark, evidence showing that there was no application of the law, there was no proper thought process, some considerations that are then later on brought in a decision were not even there during the trial process. And so unless we open that up, because it's not enough to say appeal anyway. Not a majority of the members of the public cannot afford to just appeal. So how do we root out and stem out? It'll come a time we must look into those decisions. We must open up those decisions for scrutiny and for criticism.
Madam President, as we have this conversation, one would want to ask which is the way forward, because then again we must have good political goodwill from the top coming down, and all the other bodies just playing ball in ensuring that the rule of law is respected. So moving forward, what must we all do, not just LSK, not just judiciary, not just the president or executive, but all of us must do to ensure that the rule of law is actually respected in the country?
I'd like to see some, let me just talk about the three arms of our government. I would say that from the executive, a lot needs to be done in terms of gaining the public trust, because the public trust is the biggest problem that we are facing, because the public does not believe anything the executive says right now. And even if positive projects are being brought, who wants to believe? And everyone feels there is an underlying corruption that is going to explode. There's no genuineness in terms of delivering for the people of Kenya. And so they must crack down. I had this at a funeral. Though I didn't attend, I watched it online. Someone says that sometimes, unfortunately, there are things that you're scoring your own goals because of the decisions you continue to make. And I say, unfortunately, there are things that we're scoring our own goals. I'll say even some of these nominees we see for cabinet have continuously fought to ensure human rights and the rights enjoined under the Constitution are eroded, and yet they are the same candidates that we see being proffered. So it means that there's a clear delineation by the executive to ensure those who sit in those positions of power are people who want and will ensure that there is no obedience of court orders. There is no protection of the Constitution. So those are your own individual own goals that people cannot and will not feel sorry for you. You either start making the right decisions so that people can gain back public trust, or you continue to make the wrong decisions and people will continue to fight you and not believe in you. When you go to the legislature, I say that they are our biggest letdown because they have failed to carry out the proper oversight that is required upon that body. We continue to see the various corruption that is ongoing. And I say, unfortunately, this lazy notion that there's corruption in counties because lawyers are being used is a very lazy notion. And it's quite discriminatory because there are laws that are there that are set in place. Yes. Why can those laws be enforced? Stop using the lazy nation to try and blame a sect of the society for the failures that are inherently there. There are laws that are supposed to be held. There's public procurement laws that are there. Follow the laws that are there. And people, when individuals fail, hold those individuals accountable. You cannot hold an entire institution and say lawyers are bad when you know the particular individuals who should be held accountable. Now, next, legislature should actually carry out their role. If they carried out their role and if development was taken away from them, this notion that we used to have that development didn't get to your constituency because if the presidency did not come to your area, then you'd never see development. Look at the rural roads in our areas. Where is the development? There's no proper road system that even if they say they're bringing development, we see, yes, members of parliament who have done well, but imagine if this amount of money was actually given to the governors. Then we have senators actually doing the work of oversight properly, following up and ensuring those funds are used well. And if not, those governors we ensure they don't come back to office. Then we'd see proper development in the different counties and let the legislature focus on their role of oversight. Then we come to the judiciary. The judiciary has a long way that they must employ to ensure that they gain back public trust by having transparent process in how the complaints are handled, complaints are managed from start to finish, that somebody feels their case was heard and determined properly. There is no favoritism, there is no protectionism. And even this question about protecting each other from being investigated must come to an end. When it's of value against being against executive overreach, then that is fine. However, we need to also introspect as the judiciary and accept where their feelings, because people know the corrupt judicial officers. It's well known in the corridors. Unfortunately, I have been a law lecturer, and my students even tell me the going rate of some of them. And so we cannot continue and pretend that everything is well, because it will come a time when there'll be some overreach. And even if there's a change in constitution, a way of removing them. We've not had a radical surgery in this country because the Judicial Service Commission was put in place to ensure that they evaluate those complaints and do them well. But we might see a change if there is no change in the judiciary. And judiciary remains our last line of defense.
Of defense in all of this.
We need to have the judicial fund effected and set in place that they can actually have independence. So then there's oversight over them. Let them have independence. Let them able to run their fund. Let the parliament do its work of oversighting. Then this notion of saying that we are crippled, we cannot do this because of this, on the notion that nothing can be done because there is no money, comes to an end. Because if they are properly funded, they are given their fund, Parliament can do its role of oversighting how they use those monies. Then the independent institutions, I'd say there's a big failure in IPOA. To date, we have not seen proper enforcement, particularly against the police, with regards to the killings that have been there from last year to date, the abductions. We don't have answers. You know, it's quite unfortunate when your heads of the National Police Service come and tell us that, you know, we don't know who is kidnapping, but the country is safe. You know, it's quite an oxymoron. And IPOA, we've not seen anything coming out from them, and though they might say there's challenges in enforcement, I would say that maybe it needs some review of the law to support them to be able to work better.
They probably need a fund such as the one
that we're asking for the judiciary. Exactly.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I wish we could have more time. There's so much that needs to then pay, you know, to be addressed. And the only way, in my opinion, for some of these things to be addressed to the extent that they do, that they need, is to continue to talk about them and to put them in the public arena.
Yes.
Thank you for being here this morning. And I'm sorry that we had to cut it short, but, you know, an hour is just an hour, you know. But it's good that we can do this, and we hope that you can join us again in the future to look into more of these issues. She's the president of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Odhiambo. She's been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you.
And the conversations continue. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga. President William Ruto has announced that the country will host the 11th edition of our Ocean Conference in the year 2026. Ruto revealed this after he had a telephone conversation with former U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry, who is also a founder of our Ocean Conference. The Our Ocean Conference focuses on addressing the current key ocean issues, including climate change, biodiversity loss, food security, and pollution. In a statement, Ruto said the organization's advisory group made the request owing to the exemplary global leadership we have shown as a country in environmental and ocean issues. He added that Kenya is also a pioneer in national policies that tackle ocean pollution. Proprietors of a city clinic and a doctor who works at the facility will today return to court, hoping to be released from remand on bond terms after being in custody for 2 weeks now. Sergeant Robert Mutula was charged alongside Omnicare Medical Limited, also known as Body by Design owners George Njoroge and Lillian Ednah Wenjiru, with manslaughter charges on April 2nd. They denied the charges before Kibra's senior principal magistrate Samson Temu. The following day, the court ruled it required a probation report to help it decide on whether to grant the accused persons bond and the appropriate terms. The magistrate directed that the report be availed in court on or before today for further directions. If the probation report is ready, the magistrate could make his ruling on bond. 30% of pregnant women in Kilifi County are said to be between the ages of 12 and 16. Kilifi women's advocate Gertrude Mbeyu says these girls face challenges when seeking health services through SHA due to claims that they must have national ID cards.
Kujiandikisha SHA ni ID. Kilifi 30% ya pregnancies is a teenage pregnancies between 12 years and 16. Wasichana hawa hawana ID. They cannot benefit from this SHA scheme.
Mbeyu is now proposing that the registration systems for SHA be changed so that the ID cards of the girls' parents can be used to register them with the insurance.
Visa Karoleni saizi watoto wameozeshwa 12 years, 16. Kuna hizo kesi tumeshika hata wazazi kuwashtaki. Hii ya Kilifi mtabadilisha. Let their parents, because now tumelia teenage pregnancies na bado ziko. Let their parents be guardian to issue their IDs. Vile tulikuwa na Linda Mama, ilisaidia sana wazazi ndani ya Kilifi. Incest cases zinakuwa compromised. All the way kutoka kwa subchifu kwa sababu aliyedefine msichana au hata mvulana. Ni mjomba wake, ni kakake mkubwa, ni those relatives. Kesi zinazima huko mashinani, huko majumbani. Hazifiki na zikifika police station, same thing. Mara P3 lazima ilipiwe, mzazi hawezi. Wanapoenda mkazungumze kinyumbani.
Detectives are investigating a case where a 38-year-old man died after jumping into a 55-foot deep borehole in a village in Meru County. Police said the incident happened in the Kibugwa area and involved a man who walked to his neighbor's compound where he died in a suspected suicide mission. Police and a rescue team were called to the scene and managed to retrieve the body. The motive of the incident is yet to be established. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, looking at traffic then coming into the city on the Thika Superhighway, still heavy as you come towards the CBD. You're going to get to Muranga Road and there's traffic then around Globe Cinema at the roundabout and then on into the city. And then coming in from Ombaso Road as you approach Next Gen out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, quite some traffic. Getting then towards the Uhuru Highway and then in from Aerodrome, very, very busy this morning. While Odinga Way will take on some traffic as you get towards Ngong Road. That is equally as busy. And then there's also traffic coming in from Wayaki Way heading out towards the city. It's busy still on Limuru Road. So we're all watching out for this. And still in traffic hour. We'll see as it continues. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning, the 15th of April. If you've been on our live streams, we're still there on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN. All right, we're getting into a power conversation this next hour. Power in terms of electricity, and looking at some issues surrounding that. Our guest for this hour is already seated, and as we look into a number of issues, Engineer Isaac Ndereva is here this morning, and in his capacity as the Executive Director for the Electricity Consumers Society of Kenya. Good morning, Isaac.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Thank you for being here this morning. There are issues of backdated electricity bills. What on earth is that? Is the first question, of course, we'll be looking into. And then the next one is then who's to blame? But we'll get into that conversation properly. CT has today's proverb, and he'll tell you where it's from, and then you can do us the good favor of interpreting that for us.
I'm very good at that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right then.
I always marvel at how rich this continent is. I was looking at some of the natural and mineral resources that the country that we are in, we're in the Republic of Malawi has. My goodness, the list is long. Mm-hmm. The tragedy of our continent is we have the resources, both human and natural and mineral, and yet the vast majority of our people languish in poverty.
Yeah.
It is our tragedy. Anyway, the proverbs from Malawi. The day will come when cats have horns.
A day will come.
That day will come. Just wait.
Although I see like that is happening already in the country.
Cats are having horns.
They are already, the Gen Zs, if they are the ones being termed as cats, they are going to grow horns like the members of parliament. As in, if you make a law as a member of parliament and then it doesn't favor the country, the cats will grow the horns. Yeah, and I think that's what is happening. And in fact, they might even grow more things, than even hooves. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
that looks like a good
okay.
interpretation.
So how about we stick to electricity then?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Backdated electricity bills, who is to blame? Let's start first of all with what on earth is a backdated electricity bill?
There's one category of consumers who are facing that problem. If you are on token, of course, you pay your bill ahead of consuming it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a class of people who are normally brought the bill at the end of the month. You first consume the units, and then you'll be billed at the end of the month. Now, there is this issue that has come up that you have been paying 3,000, 5,000, 3,000, 5,000, and then all of a sudden you get a bill of 200,000. And then you are told, pay that bill or we disconnect you. You start complaining, where did it come from? And how am I supposed to go about this? And then you say, we have been approximating your bill. Or why have you been approximating? Oh, no, of course, we didn't have staff to come and read your meter. We've seen that actually now the units that we had approximated, the total, you have an excess. If, for example, they had assumed through approximation that you had consumed like 2,000 kilowatt hours. And then when they come and do the actual reading, they realize that you had actually done 3,500. So you have an excess of 1,500 kilowatt hours that they had not paid. Now what happens? They will bill you at once and they will tell you, pay the whole of that before we reconnect you. Now, the first question and the challenge that is coming, and I am happy that I saw Madam Othiambo was here. It is against the law to come and say that you have 1,500 units that you have consumed, and then you will be charged at the prevailing current cost. And perhaps you had consumed those units around 2021, when the cost of power was maybe 15 shillings.
Yeah.
Now, they are using 33 shillings to bill you at this point. Now, what is the basis? How fair is that? And of course, that is why we have said it is not fair. That cannot continue. Any consumer who will be disconnected on the basis that there were some backdated bills, you cannot be disconnected. That is the first thing we are going to push through the courts. You cannot be disconnected. Number two, you have to be told that these units were for 2021. They were 100 units. That is 15. They have to prorate it like that. They cannot be based on the current cost of power.
So, Isaac, there is the issue of being backdated.
Yes.
But the estimates that Kenya Power send you is based on their own knowledge.
Yes.
The consumer is usually not party of the decisions that Kenya Power makes.
Exactly.
That means the bill that have been given, whether it's an estimate or an approximate, it's because Kenya Power has decided that is my bill for that month.
Yes.
Why would anyone come to me 3 years later, based on your own incompetence, based on your own decision not to read the meter, to come tell me later that you will charge me 1,500 kilowatt hours?
I think you are getting the spirit of why we are very angry as consumers. Because it was not our fault for us, for the bills not to be read at that time. We had not refused to pay whatever bill they would have given us. So you cannot come at this point and then say, pay the whole of this. In fact, even that arrangement of saying that, okay, let us agree on how you'll be paying slowly, even that arrangement is not there. In fact, what we are pushing for is for them to scrap off anything they are saying is some backdated bills. We don't have such. We will say, let us start afresh if you want us to continue as one team. Otherwise, your team will spend a lot of time disconnecting people, and that is what has introduced cartels. Because even when there is actually no such a bill, someone will still come and explain to you that we need to disconnect you because of this and that. And that is hurting consumers badly. So we cannot, in fact, we have said as the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, nobody should be disconnected any power as a result of backdated bills because it is the incompetent of Kenya Power.
Let me ask something,
Yes.
Engineer. How often does this happen?
Oh, it happens daily. Quite a number of people, especially around the Kiambu region. Let me tell you, the number of people who have been... There is even a church that has been slapped with a bill of 800,000. 800,000. And yet they've been paying about 6,000.
What do they manufacture?
No, they don't even manufacture anything. They've been paying 5,000, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000. That is what they've been paying.
Yes.
Now, all of a sudden, they have been billed with 800,000.
800,000?
Yes, they have been told, oh, you've been consuming this power, you've not been reading. Whose problem was it to be reading that power? So there is no way such a church will hold Harambe to clear that bill. That is Kenya Power's problem, and it is Kenya Power to deal with it. If not so, Kenya Power is part of the government. President Ruto should come in and say, okay, I have understood your problem. No more disconnection of power.
Wait.
Yes.
Doesn't Kenya Power have a mechanism for resolving such issues?
The mechanism is disconnecting you until you pay.
How do they come about with the, what did you call it? Estimation.
Yes.
How do they come up with the estimates of what you could be paying per month?
All right. Now, what they used to do is that perhaps you are consuming like 100 kilowatt hours per month. Now, the problem they faced is when the cost of power was 20 shillings, they used to, that was supposed to be around, was it 2,000, for example, right? If that is 2,000 per month, even when the cost of power went up and they are not reading the meter, they continued for the next perhaps 5 years to charge you around 2,000, 2,500, assuming that that is your general consumption. But then the cost of power went up to double, but they have not been billing you more. It's just 2,000. But now when they come and look at, since the cost of power went up, this person would have been paying 4,500. And so there is an extra 2,500 each month that this person was not paying. They convert that into units, and then they use the current cost of 33 shillings, for example, to bill you. So you see, there is no legality in such kind of an arrangement.
So, engineer,
yes,
knowing that this has been the estimates that have been receiving, say it's 2,000 shillings a month, but there has been changes in terms of cost of power.
Yes.
Is there any responsibility from the consumer's point of view to go back to Kenya Power and say, "Oi, I think there are changes, and I need you guys to review me," or that is just a purview of Kenya Power?
I honestly believe that if all those issues would have been resolved in that manner, then we would be queuing at Kenya Power offices. Because number one, you see, a bill has many components. Those components are even complicated for the consumer. So even when you have charged that consumer 2,000 shillings, they still think that that is a lot of money. Without knowing that actually the fuel cost charge and other components went up, but they were not being charged. So in fact, they even complain when they've been charged, like they are used to paying 2,000. They are now being charged 2,500. So when Kenya Power approximates, assuming that I've approximated on the higher side by 500, kumbe the cost of power went up, that person should have been paying 5,000, for example. Now, at what point is the consumer supposed to go and say, I think this bill you have charged me is, I think I consumed more units. In fact, some of the people have not even gone close to that meter. The meter has a seal, some has cobwebs and other, because of course Kenya Power have been approximating. So who is going there? You are not even supposed to go near that meter.
So what business does Kenya Power today then come and tell a consumer that I want you to be paying this? If first of all there is and the aspect of communication with the consumer that is not there, and under what laws or guidelines is Kenya Power then making decisions to charge you extra with all these bills being slapped on you without first of all communication, updates on the changes in the market, and what law is backing their decision?
They don't have a law. Of course, we even have the National Grid Code that they have. They even removed the consumer from the National Grid Code. There's a certain book that guides on how the utility and the consumer is supposed to interact. And you will even understand that there are sometimes you are supposed to be receiving some payment, compensation as a result of no power, because you have a contract. But now, have you ever had anybody being paid by Kenya Power, other than the big industries? There is a lot of law that they break. So first of all, we have said and declared, and actually it's going to be a very big force. We have said there is no way you will be told to be disconnected, your power will be disconnected until they explain, these are the units I'm saying you didn't pay in 2021, and this was the cost around that time. These are the units you didn't pay in 2022, in 2023, and the cost was like this, based on the gazetted prices. Now, once they do that, then they can tell you, now you are supposed to pay. If the period for that reading was supposed to be perhaps 4 years, you are supposed to also be given 4 years to pay. Okay? But you cannot be slapped and be told to pay in 1 year, or even in one month.
If you say that you are taking action, am I to assume that this matter has been taken to court?
No.
Why?
Because we need to discuss with Kenya Power first.
Okay.
And then from the if they refuse, because we've told our consumers they shall not be disconnected. If they will be disconnected, it is at that point then that we'll say, come, we'll see what to do, including mass action.
So Isaac, is there an admission indeed that these bills that come as a result of used power unpaid for are actually authentic? Is there? So it's not disputed?
It is disputed by the consumer, of course.
Okay. Now, how is it possible that you can be billed, right?
Yes.
For power that you did not consume?
Let me. The disease started in this way. Kenya Power have subdivided the country into 43 regions. It has been subdivided into counties, not 43, actually 49, because it is 47 counties. But then Nairobi has produced 3 regions. Now, each region has been given a revenue target. Now, that target sometimes is being reached at, or they are trying to target in such kind of manner of saying that actually we have unpaid bills of this manner. If you go to, for example, in Nakuru County, if you've been told that the revenue that we want you to generate around this time is supposed to be this amount, some of them are coming with lies that actually you have backdated bills of this amount. And perhaps it's not even right. But they have communicated to their seniors that this is where the money is. No, we don't have their money, please. Because we cannot even be convinced on how those units were consumed.
You know, what you're saying has just been authenticated by one of our listeners, a gentleman by the name of Omolo. And he says his estate was built for 7 million shillings.
You see, it's not... Omolo is just one of the thousands of people who have come to my office. And I have told you there's a charge. I've told you there are other people. In fact, there are many complaints coming in. And I think at one point, Kenya Power is, I think it's falling down.
Let's look at another comment that's coming from Christina.
Yes.
And quite a number of those that are coming in on our socials this morning. And she says, you know what? Talking of the bill, I've been out of my apartment for a year because I currently reside in the UAE.
Yes.
My electricity bill 3 days ago was 2,100 shillings. Yet, I'm not there. Literally, there is nobody in the house. Nobody's using the thing. How do you...
Is there a standing charge?
Yeah,
no, there is no standing charge. In fact, thank you very much for asking. Standing charge ended in August of 2017. Okay?
Why?
They just decided to increase other costs so that they scrap off the standing. You know now, if the standing charge was like 250 shillings, and then you add other components of the bill with 1,000 shillings, you know you will be lying to people that you have reduced the cost of power, yet you have increased. But that case of the good lady in UAE, that is a case that I also have several people who said, I disconnected Kenya Power and I'm now using power from solar. In fact, I disconnected totally. But they are still billing me. And there is no meter moving. How can you explain that? So those cases are there, and I think there is something Kenya Power needs to do because it is not fair. There is even another problem that came up, and that problem is now rampant. What is happening is that a transformer is failing. Once a transformer fails, you will not have power for like a month. But there is another cartel that is coming around and saying, okay, you don't have power from this line, but because the other transformer on that side has some power, maybe we can connect you. And you will find people charging 700 shillings to be reconnected to power until their transformer comes. That transformer will never come. I have a case in Kiambu that they have stayed for a month. In fact, most of the problems they're having is the cases of theft. Now, let me give you the scenario of where we are in transformers in the country.
Theft of what exactly?
Breakages, because there is no light.
They don't have power.
Because of darkness.
Yeah, because of darkness. So now it has escalated. And I think, and I was telling that client, it is actually Kenya Power to pay you. Because you had signed a contract with them that you will be having power in your house, and so thieves will not appear here. Now, you don't have power for a month. They have come.
But surely.
Yes.
You'll be having power. The contract didn't include thieves. I mean, the consequence of what it is that Kenya Power has failed to fulfill is an opportunity that the thieves have taken
advantage.
But
no, I mean, there is no way. I was expecting reliable supply of power.
Yes.
And even in Sustainable Development Goals number 7, that is what it says, that we expect reliable and affordable power.
Yes.
Now, affordability is a question of course, Kenya, we have been saying it's not even affordable. But nevertheless, it is also not reliable. There is no way I can travel to a different country and leave my house locked and with electric fence. All of a sudden, there is no power. If things are stolen, whose fault is it? Why would you say it's not Kenya Power's fault? They should come and pay me for that. But then, let me continue the issue of the transform, because I think that's where the issue is. First of all, we don't have transformers in the country. That is what they say.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
We don't have transformers in the country. You will be able to get this after maybe a minute.
No, we don't have transformers.
New transformers. New transformers. If you have some
problem with your transformer, there is no transformer with which they can now replace. I see.
Number one, the problem started in 2019 when they decided that they will not be outsourcing the repair of transformers. There are people with capacity around to repair transformers. When they did that, if your transformer burns around your area, it will take a month or two. If you expect to get a new transformer, let me give you the situation of the transformers. Last December, we were told that they introduced excise duty of 25% on all imported transformers. Now, that meant that they want to build the local capacity because they are discouraging import. Okay? Now, 3 months after...
Wait. They want to build local capacity.
They want to increase. They want to discourage import.
So they want to encourage us to manufacture. Transformers.
And indeed, we have 6 manufacturers.
We do.
We do have 6 very able manufacturers
of transformers.
Of transformers
in Kenya.
Yes, which I have visited personally.
Go on.
Now, I even had a meeting with some of them. Then they were very happy when that was introduced. But then 3 months after, around this time, you'll find in the parliament, they have scrapped out, they are scrapping off that excise duty.
Have they scrapped it off or in the process?
They are in the process. They're in the process. Now, you ask yourself, why is such a law just in December and then all of a sudden someone doesn't want to do that? Now, and can you already see someone wanted to manufacture transformers in the country without letting others import, which is okay. And then immediately after they have finished, he now says, remove that ban. So that what we have not managed to manufacture, we can organize on, bring them. But now, City, I want us to finish. Eventually, what happened, Kenya Power floated a tender.
Isaac, in as much as you want to finish, I think it's important to explain a little bit because there's quite a lot in what you're saying and it has a lot of weight
and a lot of implications.
So just explain that last point a little bit before we get to, before we rush through.
We go to the next point.
Please. When you say that, just take a few steps back. There are no transformers in the country.
Yes.
You get to the point whereby something needs to be done for procurement. What happens in between them, according to what you're saying? There's nothing in the country. This is needed. You wait for 2 months. What is happening when people are being asked to wait and they've essentially paid for this service?
What they are doing, they are repairing.
The spoiled ones.
The spoiled ones are being repaired by Kenya Power. But they don't want to outsource the service so that it can be done faster. Okay? Yet the people who can repair are actually ready waiting for such an arrangement.
So the only people who can repair this is Kenya Power themselves?
So they have only made sure they are the ones repairing.
Okay.
But there are people who have been repairing them. They have been outsourcing, but they don't want to do that. Okay? Now, they said that after all that duty, excise duty on off, last week but one, Kenya Power floated a tender of 3,319 transformers. You know the condition? Supply within 14 days.
From
now,
where?
A transformer, you need a process. You need to design and say this is the kind of a transformer I need. So that we start manufacturing as based on your specifications. Now, when you say you need this person to supply 3,319 transformers, supply within 14 days, when did you give the design? When were they manufactured? So they must have been first manufactured, kept somewhere, then now float the tender. It locks out even the local manufacturers. Because how can you... So it's only one manufacturer who will be favored. We don't know who. But definitely those transformers
is it that you don't
will
know,
be supplied
want to say?
From the country without import.
Dennis has asked a question.
Yes.
Is it that you don't know or you just don't want to say?
No, I do not know. I have no idea because I would have said.
But then if you don't know, look, what you are alleging is that there are individuals who have concocted a situation where they essentially have brought in transformers which they want to offload onto the market, and they are manipulating a situation so that through the tender, so that they give the semblance of floating a tender, but the conditions are untenable, they are unrealistic. So even as you float it, no one will meet that particular requirement.
Only one person.
And the person you're saying will meet it already has the transformer. That's what you're saying.
That person had already put some, what would I call it? Had already put some excise duty on import, so that even as they are manufacturing, nobody will even have a capacity to import. So they had locked that period.
So they were manufacturing?
They were manufacturing, very busy manufacturing during that time. So now, you are wondering then.
And you know this because you've seen these individuals or you've heard from them, or is it just alleged?
Or you have intel.
Or you have inside information that this is actually happening? Because essentially what you're saying, Isaac, is that the tendering process is fallacious.
It's not even fallacious. It's impugned that it's criminal.
It's criminal. There's a criminal enterprise going on whereby you make a tender, you make it open, you make it public, but you know that it is going to fail because those who will apply for the tender will not be able to meet the requirements. in terms of time, in terms of specifications. And while that is going on, there are already folks who have the transformers, but they've done it just because, for window dressing purposes.
Yeah.
That's a big deal, Isaac.
It is a big deal. And in fact...
and my question is, do you know this information? Do you have direct information about that this is actually going on?
No, I do not have. It is a situation that we are analyzing with my team. And it is showing that there is no way. If the person floating the tender is giving 14 days, is it practical? They know they cannot be imported. They know the local manufacturers cannot manage to do that because they also need to import the raw materials to do the same. So what are they basically doing? They then know there is that one person or that one manufacturer that will meet that.
I'm going to be like a dog with a bone on this because the question then is, do we then see after this period, if they're not able to supply these transformers, do we see transformers then miraculously dropping from the sky? That folks failed the tender process, but we still see the provision of transformers from somebody somewhere.
No, still, one of those suppliers that will be asked for the tender, one of them will pass, and he will say, now I will be able to supply, in fact, within 10 days.
And from what you're saying, one of these suppliers that is able to pass is one of KPLC's people.
No, I'm not sure because I don't even know the company itself.
It's possible
I am saying there must be.
Okay.
Because if the person in Kenya Power floating this tender doesn't know that this is practically possible, then how would they actually approve that tender?
And they ought to know that it's not practically possible.
They know.
I want to ask a different question.
Yes.
When we have a problem with the transformer, what is the common problem that transformers have? I mean, apart from it being stolen, what specific problems do they tend to have?
What they normally do is that sometimes due to overload, it has three phases. Most of them have three phases. Due to overloading of one line, a winding can actually burn. One of the winding can
winding
burn.
of the motor or winding?
No, a transformer has several structures, but the most vulnerable, we normally have the tank, the insulation, and the copper cable. The copper cable is the one that burns.
Okay, what does the copper cable do?
It's the one, now, the way it's the eddy currents that reduce the voltage from this to this.
Oh, it's what helps the step down?
Yes. So when it flakes out because of burning, it short circuits.
Okay.
So that transformer is dead.
Okay.
Yes.
Can that be replaced?
Yes, you can rewind that core. You can rewind, and that is what people are waiting to be given that job to do. But it's Kenya Power doing it. All of them are lined up somewhere in industrial area. In fact, find a time to visit. Sometimes I even challenge these people. Right now we have a new energy committee, or rather a new chairman of the energy committee. It's called Gekaria from Nakuru, from now Musyoka. The way we had gone with Musyoka, we would even go as a team. Let's go with the members of parliament. Let's go with the journalists and the people who are like you people, because you need to understand. You will be able to understand. Once we go to the industrial area, look at a transformer that burned 2 weeks ago and then ask, when is it likely to come back into life? You'll be told, perhaps if we are doing well, maybe another 3 weeks. People don't have power. Now, you go to another manufacturer and ask them. For example, we have one that is called, I think, Empower, around somewhere in Rimuru side or Kikuyu. I once visited that workshop. There is no other modern workshop I've ever seen than that one. They even have the lightning tests and other things that are actually not even available in the region. But they are very idle because they are not. In fact, at one point I saw them just building metallic chairs because they have a workshop and they have machines. In fact, they have 7 winding machines. 7 winding machines. They are idle. They can't wind anything because they don't have a job. There is no repair that's going to be done. They don't have any tender. And then they are all of a sudden they are told, provide 3,300 transformers in 14 days. Now, they will say, okay, we are
okay. We're going on to a break?
Yeah, I think it's necessary at this point.
I will hold back.
Okay, just hang on to that because then we're getting into some murky waters here in terms of what actually could be happening in terms of the provision of power across the country, and probably fly in the face of what KPLC actually says they are doing. But we'll come back to that. Isaac Ndereva is our guest this hour. We're looking at, in addition to other things, backdated bills and what is actually going on in the back end. SpiceFM KE on X, on YouTube, and on Facebook. That's where our live streams are. We'll continue with more when we come back from this at 25 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room The only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi, currently at 19 degrees. It's 18 and sunny into Nakuru, and also looking at 19 and sunny conditions into Nyeri. In Eldoret at 18, sunny with sunny conditions at 28 in Mombasa and 29 in Malindi. Sunny at 23 in Kisumu and 22 into Kakamega. It's sunny in Kampala at 23 and at 26 in Dar es Salaam, while we're looking at sunny conditions at 17 in Johannesburg and at 31. Sunny into Mogadishu with 18 and cloudy conditions in Addis Ababa. It's partly sunny at at 28 in Lagos, and sunny conditions at 25 into Kinshasa, 30 and sunny into Beijing, while at 13 it's cloudy in Paris and light rain now after the heavy rain in the morning in London at 11, and it's cloudy at 12 in New York.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening in traffic. It was coming towards the end of traffic hour, but still a little bit heavy coming off the Thika Superhighway, just past Survey, and then through towards Muranga Road. And as you come in to the city from Ombaso Road through towards Uhuru Highway, and then stop onto Haile Selassie, that junction is still busy, bits and bobs here and there. It's much better on the Eastern Bypass. Looks like it's going to be a couple of days of traffic coming off of Mombasa Road with that construction. That should end overnight, but okay. So let's watch out for that. Just plan yourself ahead over the next couple of days, and then let's see what happens through the rest of this morning. Shall we keep things moving whichever way? SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're coming in to now 22 minutes to 10 o'clock. Engineer Isaac Ndera is the Executive Director of Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. And we're looking at, amongst other things, Backdated Bill CT. You had a question. It was a powerful one.
It wasn't really powerful. It was just a question.
Go with it, man.
What I want to ask you is this. I am looking at the scenario that you have actually presented, that indeed we have a problem, and that problem, let's specify it with the transformers. On average, when you visited the industrial area complex of Kenya Power, roughly how many transformers that needed repair did you see on that site?
I've not visited lately. But when I had gone there...
How long ago was that?
It's about 2 years ago.
Okay.
There were a lot. I would say a lot. I didn't even manage to see all of them because I wasn't doing quite a big tour.
I want to ask, is a lot 100, 1,000, 2,000?
Is 100 plus.
100 plus.
Yeah. Right now, I know there are thousands.
Okay.
I can assure you, because if I am to look at the cases that have been reported to me, that people are suffering, if I sample and say that is one region, then if I multiply all the regions around the country, they must be thousands.
So in essence, what we are saying is that the country has a capacity for actually repairing these transformers so that we are in a position to actually utilize them in places where they are needed.
Yes.
But that isn't being done because they are being hoarded in one location, and the repair work is being left to Kenya Power itself.
Thank you very much, because that is what is actually the truth. Now, what happens if I am a local manufacturer of a transformer? If a transformer develops a problem, you are supposed to because they have even given the warranty. Okay, they normally give the warranty. That is how the transformers are done. Once I give you a warranty of about 5 years, if a transformer burns, you're supposed to call me as a supplier or a manufacturer. We do the fault analysis or the failure analysis report. Okay, so that now I can now give you another one, or I repair free of charge because it's under warranty. But now Kenya Power comes and removes that transformer and take it to the workshop. Now, at what point would the manufacturer or the supplier own up and say, this is my fault? Because they were supposed to be together. That is one problem that has come up. The other problem is that they are also supposed to, you're not supposed to buy too many transformers at once, because why are you buying transformers to keep? That is idle money. What you're supposed to do is you tell these local manufacturers, based on our problem analysis, we've seen that we will be requiring 100 transformers per month. Distribute that manufacture to those people, if they are 6 or they are 5. Distribute and say, you will be giving us this amount, giving us it. They can even define the price, because you will not say that a certain manufacturer has not won the tender because of the price. You can guide and say, we want you to provide transformers at this price. And then give us 10 transformers per month or per week. Give us 10 transformers per week. You see, that way, they will be able to manage the way the repairs are done. They won't even have to look for a compound that has very many transformers. Okay. But now this issue of buying 3,000 transformers after 2 years, what kind of managing of faults is that? I mean,
Isaac, one would want to ask, now, we're talking about transformers being purchased or not being purchased, or repairs. People are losing power for up to 3 weeks. There is the aspect of backdated bills. But all these runs back to the effects it has to Kenyans and the economy. Because when you talk about backdated power bills, it goes back to majority of who are using these kind of meters being manufacturers. So when you talk about the effect that has to the quality of life of Kenyans and also the economy, how big of a dent are we looking at?
I just started by saying I think Kenya Power will not be able to manage its issues in the next 5 years. It will not. But sometimes I also don't blame Kenya Power because of this reason. Most of the activities that are done in Kenya Power do not come, those decisions do not come from Kenya Power themselves. It's not from the MD.
Okay.
Because look at even tendering alone. They will say, oh, we are hiring. Let me tell you, you will go there as a graduate for many days, but until you know someone, or someone gives a name outside Kenya Power, it's not within even Kenya Power, outside Kenya Power. Now, and those are problems we have faced. We are also people who have gone there and said, okay, can you employ 1 or 2 of these people who know, people have come to me. They have seen that we interact. Can you maybe ask, I've gone, those people are desperate. Even the highest level, you will be told, please, things are not managed from here. Now,
so who should do
for example, I know it comes from the top, but now, for example, ask yourself, we collect money for rural electrification. That's around 1.5 billion to 2 billion.
From where? Sorry?
From the bills.
Okay.
There is a component called Rural Electrification Program, REP, which is 5% of the base tariff.
Yes.
Now, that money,
So everything that you are charged, there's like a 5%, or how is that 5% charged?
5% is charged on top of your bill. You know, there is a bill that they say you, before other levies and taxes, there is maybe you pay 20 shillings.
That's the base now.
Yeah, that's the base tariff, before other levies and taxes. 5% of that is taken to rural electrification program.
So the 1.5 billion is per month?
Yes, it's per month. Now, that is aimed at going and extending connectivity to the last mile, even before they get other monies from World Bank and the rest. Now, that 1.5 billion, you know, it doesn't go to rural electrification.
It goes to?
It remains in the treasury. Because even RELEC themselves, who are supposed to be the custodians of that thing, are supposed to do a budget, and then they are told, oh, how much is your budget for salaries and all this? This is what you are supposed to do. So the rest of the money, wachana nayo. Same is happening even to NITA. Remember, even when you are paying you are doing your pay, it's being collected by KRA. Now, there is another 50 shillings for training levy for every employee that's supposed to be given with the pay. That money is collected by the treasury. Check well and ask whether it finds way into NITA. NITA really have to struggle to prove that they need that money, because the training has been done. They have to prove that actually these are the invoices we've gotten from the people, from the companies. And so that is the only money they're supposed to collect. And of course, maybe for the salaries and all that. Anything else, you really have to justify why you are collecting it. So the treasury has also used the Kenya Power bill as a tool to collect money that nobody can account for.
Okay, hold on. If my bill is 200 shillings, right?
Yes.
And that we're saying before all these taxes are levied on it, 5% of that bill is taken, which comes to from 200 shillings is 10 shillings. 10 shillings goes towards REP, which is the Rural Electrification Program.
Did you calculate well? I said the 0.
You said the base.
The base that is 0.05 times 20 is 1 shilling. Is 1 shilling. Now that 1 shilling multiplied by the total units that are sold. Currently, I think we are selling around 950 million kilowatt hours per month. Okay. So you see that now that's for 20 shillings. That is 950 million.
No. I'm talking about Ndu's bill.
Oh, your bill.
My bill.
Your bill
is 200 shillings.
Oh, 200 shillings. Okay.
I'm giving an example.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
And so it is 5% of my bill.
Yes.
That goes towards REP.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So that is 10 shillings.
It is 10 shillings.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, so 10 shillings is supposed to go and assist in buying transformers and connecting those people who are very far from the civilization.
Yes. Okay. Now, when I pay my bill, that money goes, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not I've paid my bill and maybe in 2 weeks you will realize this money.
Yes.
Once I've paid my bill, whether it is a prepaid token or whether it is a postpaid check, that money goes directly because after all, it's come from me. It's come from M-Pesa or whatever.
Yes.
Now, we also know that rural electrification right now is about 76% covered the country. Almost 80% has covered the country.
Yes.
And that REDEC tells us that they'll bring the power. They'll even hang the line. The brick and mortar of what is supposed to be done then rests with KPLC to bring the meter.
Yes.
So my question is then, why is it not immediate from your understanding? Because I've paid my bill.
Yes.
That money should go towards that rural electrification.
Yes.
And in order for rural electrification to be completed, they need my money.
Yes.
But in the bill, it has come from me.
Yes.
Why do we see delays of up to 3, 4, 2 months?
In fact, I want to read that the money you've paid, it's not supposed to serve you directly.
Oh, no,
it's a contribution.
Everybody, it's my contribution to
It's
this
your
big
contribution
kitty,
to someone.
to the kitty that now puts power throughout the country.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But then why do the folks who are now waiting for that bill, because REDEC tells us that they don't charge you. We know that they don't charge us because this money comes from our bill.
Of course you are
Isn't
charged.
it? We know that they don't charge the person who is waiting for the meter to drop in their gates is not asked to give 7,000 shillings to REDEC, for example, because that money has come from the kitty. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
From this Harambe.
The Harambe, the
Yes.
kitty that we've all paid every time you pay for power, it goes towards that kitty. So the money is there. My question is, why should there be a delay between the time that this person power has been dropped at their wall and the time that the meters are brought by KPLC and all of these other things? Why?
First of all, there is a delay in the supply of the meters. Those meters are not available. The postpaid, they are called the prepaid meters. Those tokens. You'll find that everybody trying to connect power, that delay is there. But I think the real delay comes from, you're saying, people are not asked to pay. People normally pay. In fact, if you apply for connectivity, and that is another big challenge. When you apply for connectivity today, you will be charged, most of the people are being charged 150,000 shillings. And we, of course, know most people were being charged 15,000. Other times it was 36,000.
Isaac, you see this chair where you are seated?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The boss of REDEC sat there and told us that you are not asked to pay a shilling. You apply for power and they come and say, Bwana Isaac,
yes,
here is your house. Yes, we're dropping the line here. The rest of the work is up to KP.
No, I think, I don't know, Dennis. Let's ask the oldest man in the house.
Sorry.
Have you heard?
Isaac,
Yes.
please, for purposes of deniability.
Yes.
City, Dennis, were you people here when we were told the same thing by REDEC?
Yes. That was the case.
That you don't need to pay for the connectivity.
For connectivity of power.
They said so.
Thank you, please.
They said so. Yes. Let me say here categorically.
The only thing you pay
in
for
fact,
is the
I am saying this so that even him can see. Most of the people who are complaining are the people who are applying for power and they are being charged exorbitant prices. And they normally come and ask what is happening. Then I have to explain to them that, you see, you are not under the rural electrification program or the project that was coming, that was being charged at 15,000. There's a time during Kibaki time you're supposed to just be charged 36,000. Now, the total cost of that design was most likely going to be over 100,000 plus. But he had said categorically that anything that is above, we are going to fund as a government.
Yes.
Okay? So it was being charged even that time. It has never been free. Now, it now has happened that that money is, of course, even some of the money that was for rural electrification was also being used to subsidize that. Now, the current government we have said we have no money to subsidize. So you are paying for every design. So they have to come and say you need 1, 2, 3 poles. You even find some people who need 400,000 to be connected. Now, if someone sat here and say it is free, that is the biggest lie I have ever
you're saying
had.
the rural electrification process is not free?
It is not free.
The rural electrification and the last mile project?
Yeah.
Even the last mile project, it's not free.
The specification was not everybody who wants to be connected. They were speaking specifically about rural electrification.
Yes.
Yes.
So there is none that is free.
Okay.
Yes.
So none of those are free.
None of them. In fact, even during the days that people are being connected to the lines that were going to the schools,
yes,
even them had at least to pay even 2,000 or 1,000. So if someone said it's zero, I'm very happy because if that is a responsible head of a state corporation, he should be charged in a court of law because of lying.
Let me take you to something else, which obviously is an issue for a lot of people when it comes to illegal connections.
Yes.
That there are folks, really, the people who are tasked with connections of electricity are usually the folks who work for Kenya Power and or RIREC.
Yes.
They are the ones who have the expertise.
Yes.
So when we see that there are illegal connections, it's not possible for Dennis here to stand on top of a ladder and say, I'm going to connect power to my house.
Yes.
You either be shocked to death or you have no idea what you're doing.
I can change a bulb though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, fantastic. That's great.
Yes.
But the likelihood of you being able to do some intricate connectivity,
High voltage connectivity.
yeah, is probably going to be left in the hands of the folks who work for the power company.
Yes.
There have been allegations and speculation around folks who have been, relieved of their duties
Yes.
with the power company, who are now making these connections for people, of course, for a price under the table.
Yes.
And they are now being called cartels within the knowledge of some folks who still work for the power company.
Yes.
What's happening with that? Because somebody could rock up to my plot, to my something tomorrow and say, this is an illegal connection, but the person who connected it still works or used to work for the power company. What's going on with that?
Well, I think that is important. That is important because that is also a concern that has been with many people. And I had the price is normally 700 to be connected.
700 what?
700 shillings.
Oh, okay.
And then those folks, let me categorize them very well. And I know they will be very angry, even the Kenya Power staff themselves. I know of Kenya Power staff, most of them are just mere drinkers. They have been relieved of their duties, but they know the area which they were living and they know the customers. So those people, what happens? They will come and disconnect power somehow. Then they will say, because I can do that for you instead of you waiting for Kenya Power, I am also a Kenya Power person or something like that. But then he gets money to drink for a week. What happens if he doesn't have more? They will disconnect again. The same is happening to people who had been hired as contractors by Kenya Power those days during the rural electrification. Now, those people had some small knowledge on how to go about it, disconnecting or connecting. Again, those people have joined that team. And now the biggest cry, and that's why I said Kenya Power need to be very careful. The biggest cry is that now power is being connected. You have to pay for some amount to be reconnected. Other times there is a transformer that has burnt. You can get supply from another line of a transformer leading to overload because, again, it's being done by those contractors. That's why I'm saying it is becoming dangerous and there is a lot of money exchanging under the table without perhaps Kenya Power's knowledge.
Okay.
But then I also think that even the people in the area who are employed by Kenya Power may not they may not be out of that knowledge so much. They might even be part of those people. Because I think, but of course they are also overwhelmed. I have a very good team in Rimuru. And I know they are very overwhelmed and they don't have some very big number in terms of a team. Rimuru is an area that you have very many trees. So you might actually realize every time it rains, there is a branch that has fallen. So they are overwhelmed. Other times there is a transformer that has burned. If you go there, in fact, it's a real headache. So where I would want Kenya Power to start is, first of all, can they get, the government said that it's going to provide employment. There are many engineers who are idle, selling maize on the roadside and all that. Can they first get those people to Kenya Power? We are not even asking them to pay a lot of money, but can they keep them busy? And then just recruit permanently the ones they think that are working. But through internship, they are supposed to get people from our workforce that is just idle. And I am very sure that is going to assist.
Can I ask the question?
Yeah. Yes.
Do we have the capacity to absorb the people, the engineers who have been trained by Kenya Power, or do we need to involve other agencies who also need engineers?
I think if you go by the problem we have in the country about power, and that is what I'm concerned with so much, we have capacity. Because I am saying, if you look at any industry, and I have run even companies, salary is not the biggest problem that you may be having in terms of budget. In fact, 30% of all manufacturing goes to energy, probably electricity or thermal energy. Salary is not even anywhere close to that. Based on how much Kenya Power, we took them to court, based on the amount of money they increased from the bill, for them to actually come and say they made a profit, they should take 1 billion of that profit and make it part of the salary of the people they are going to recruit. So it's actually possible. We have the capacity to do so. We even have those people who are ready to be absorbed.
My second question.
Yes.
We keep talking as the cost of power being a hindrance to industrialization,
yes,
and also a hindrance to people who wish to invest in the country.
Yes.
Is it possible for Kenya Power to actually lower that cost and yet make a profit?
Yes. It is possible because most of what is haunting them is inefficiency, a lack of staff to even map the theft, commercial losses. Yeah, because they are adding power because they also have accommodated that some power will be stolen by people. That is a wrong approach. Because you can also decide, we will employ people to ensure that it is not stolen. Then industry, of course, industry is the easiest. Even industry contributes around, the biggest portion of our contribution in Kenya Power is the industry. Yet they are only about 1% of the total meters in the country. I mean, even if that is where you are getting your money, the best would be to lower so that you can even encourage more investment. Like now, you can't tell me if you are to do something that is energy intensive in terms of electricity, it's not an advantage to do it in Kenya. You better go to Ethiopia or you go to Tanzania. Yes.
So, I mean, look, it looks as though you're opening a lid on a number of things that are happening. And this is, in line with some of the sufferings that Kenyans have talked about, don't have power for, prolonged periods of time. Things are not... And we could complain about them, but it's also important for us to speak about them and bring them to light. But then what needs to happen? You talk about the first thing Kenya Power must do. How about coming to the realization that these problems actually exist? Would that be a way to go about some of these issues?
First of all, it's Kenya Power to agree that they should find a complaint center for every region. You normally find there is an emergency department. You also find that there is a commercial department in the region, for example. But you will not find a section where they have employed people to listen to people, to consumers, with the consumer in mind. Because the people at the commercial offices are there to block you to complain that Kenya Power is not doing its job. That is the approach they have taken. And I think that is the wrong one, because they need to set up another that is actually listening to the consumer and understanding and actually coming and sitting with the other department of Kenya Power and saying, this is where the problem is. But they have taken a combative mode that anything you are going to report, even if it is a bill, they have slapped with a bill of 800,000. Instead of listening, they first want to disconnect. Who is there for the consumer? That is where we should start.
That's where we should start. Yes. I mean, it's good to lift the lid on some of these issues that are clear. I mean, there are things that are definitely happening. And if we're talking about getting to the stage of development whereby power, at the very least, needs to be provided in an efficient manner, then it's important to have these conversations. And thank you for doing that with us this morning. Isaac Ntereba is the Executive Director of the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya. Has been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, Ndu, and everybody else.
Asante Sana, thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. We talk again tomorrow, God willing, at 6. Have a wonderful rest of the day. It's 10 a.m.